Order! Order! You are an incorrigible delinquent at times. Behave yourself, man!
Over the last 2 days, we have had a series of important debates, primarily on the process that we face over a long period ahead of us now. Today we move on to amendments on the substance of the government's negotiations, and the debate on process was important precisely because it's about enabling the people of this country, through this elected parliament, to hold the government to account on the issues that matter to them: their jobs, the conditions under which our businesses operate, how we keep our country safe and secure, how we protect our environment for future generations, how we ensure that we remain at the cutting edge of science and research, and that we have an economy that enables us to fund our NHS and all the services that are so vital for our social fabric. Mrs. Lang, in the foreword to the White Paper, the Prime Minister claims that the country is coming together. But we are not there yet. And frankly, as some have over recent days, portraying anyone with a different approach to Brexit as attempting to frustrate the will of the people doesn't help. But today, we can take an important step because New Clause 2 addresses many of the concerns, not only of the 48%, but of many of the 52%, those who voted to come out, but who did not vote to lose out. It is, in fact, a manifesto for the 100%, putting at the front of the government's negotiating objectives maintaining a stable and sustainable economy, and to do that through having trading arrangements with the European Union for goods and services that are free of tariff and non-tariff barriers. Now, on this side of the House, we have been clear that in these negotiations it is the economy and jobs that should come first. The government has decided otherwise and is taking a reckless gamble with people's jobs and living standards, walking away from the single market and the customs union. I will indeed.
Thank you, Mrs. Lang. I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way, and he's putting his case very clearly. So, just so I completely understand it, it's Labour's position that the economy is at the heart of the negotiations, and if, for instance, you couldn't get rid of free movement, so be it, because the economy is more important.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was the economy is at the heart, should be at the heart of our negotiations, that the advantages of the single market, as the Prime Minister pointed out before June the 23rd, are significant, and that our view certainly is that we should have reasonable management of migration through the application of fair rules. But I will.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Does he accept that it is completely agreed on all sides of this House that we want maximum possible access to the single market for our exporters, and we will offer them maximum possible access to our market? And does he further accept that therefore we don't need an argument about it, but the answer to whether we get that or whether we get most favoured nation WTO lies in the hands of the other 27 states, not in the hands of this Parliament?
Well, I'm sorry, but the honourable member is wrong, and not for the first time, that we have made it clear that the economy comes first. The Prime Minister has said that her red lines are the Court of Justice and immigration. Now, let me move on to issues on immigration. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I know he takes a big interest in science and technology in the universities. Will he not agree with me it's very important for Coventry and the West Midlands economy that we get a proper agreement on this in relation to the single market, and the government's only guaranteed resources up to 2020 should we pull out?
I do indeed think that's a very important point, and the honourable member will have noted it's one of the points highlighted in New Clause 2. Now, I'll try to make... I will... Well, as it's the right honourable member, I will.
And I don't really wish to delay him, but I listened very carefully to what the honourable gentleman said concerning his new clause. And he said that when pressed, it was the Labour Party's view that control of migration was an important issue, sustainable in whatever arrangements there are. But I note from this, what is missing from this new clause is any reference whatsoever to that being an important matter. Now, whether it's as important as the economy or of secondary importance, he knows that when the balance of negotiation comes down, it remains an important issue. So, what is his position? Why has he left out the issue of migration control from this to make a balanced new clause, which otherwise makes no sense?
Well, I think that the right honourable member is misrepresenting my observations, but I know that the Leave campaign were strongly supportive of alternative facts. Can I move on specifically? No, can I move on specifically to the issue that he raises, though, of my. As it's you.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way. I think this really is rather important. Could he confirm that the Labour Party no longer supports the principle of free movement? Yes or no?
We have said time and again that we believe in the reasonable management of migration through the application of fair rules, and I will come to the specific issue if honourable and right honourable members will give me an opportunity. Well, I probably have been a little bit unbalanced, so I should give way to somebody on my own side.
I'm very grateful to my friend. Would he confirm that the easiest way to cut migration would be to crush the economy?
I think that my honourable friend should wait and hear what I'm about to say on the issue of migration. Because, not just yet, I think I should make some progress because I'm conscious that there are a number of amendments and a number of people who want to speak. Certainly on this side, we accept that concerns on migration were a significant factor in the referendum. Probably a critical factor. Leave campaigners, not paying attention at the moment, talked it up relentlessly. Still not listening. Leave campaigners talked up migration relentlessly, as has the Prime Minister, both in this and in her previous job, creating huge expectations. Expectations which the White Paper then begins to talk down. And on this central issue, the Home Secretary told the Home Affairs Select Committee last week that she had not been consulted on this part of the White Paper. One of the main red lines defining the government's approach, and the minister responsible was not consulted. Absolutely extraordinary. For months now, echoing the Leave campaign, the government has talked about control. But where it's had control over non-EEA migration for 6 years, the White Paper reveals the real facts. No significant change since 2010. I will.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Would he accept that free movement has massively benefited our country, both economically and socially? And whilst governments might well have failed to ensure those benefits have been shared equally, we should not be sacrificing our economy to anti-immigration ideology, and therefore that securing continued free movement of people should be a priority for the UK negotiations.
Indeed, the White Paper makes the point about the benefits of migration. No, I will make some. No, I will. No, I will make some progress. No, I will. I think the right honourable member has had more than his fair share of speaking time in this debate. Now, let me continue on non-EEA migration. There has been no real change since 2010 for good reasons. And when the government starts to disaggregate the EEA numbers, what will they find? Doctors, nurses, academics, care workers, students, those bringing key skills to business and industry, and then, in lower skilled jobs, Ministers have already made it clear, for example, to employers that agricultural workers will be still free to come. Now, I will make some progress. Now, the only real way of substantially reducing numbers is, as my honourable friend pointed out, to crash the economy, and it may be that that will be the effect of the government's negotiations. But assuming that that is not their plan, they now need to, not at this moment, in a moment, they now need to come clean with the British people. As the Right Honourable Member for Meriden argued last week, and the Right Honourable Member for Pressley-Pembrokeshire argued over the weekend, they need to come clean with the British people on this red line. What is their plan? If taking control of immigration is what is defining this government's approach to Brexit, the Minister, in his closing remarks, needs to make clear what are the government's intentions. And I will.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Will he agree with me that both discussions by UK trade delegations to China and to India has made it clear that any future trade deal with those countries will almost certainly involve a relaxation of the current visa regime to DAPMI, and therefore all we're doing is displacing migration, not cutting it down?
Well, I think my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think the Prime Minister was quite shocked to discover when she went to India seeking a trade deal that one of the first things that the Indian government wanted to put on the table was access to our labour markets and access for students. He's also right to cite other countries he missed off that list. Australia, much heralded as a future trade deal, who also want to make the movement of people part of any settlement.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way, and he's making an important point about the value of migrant workers and others who come here. And does he recognise that in rural areas in particular, it's local jobs that are also anchored by the ability of people to come in, and that our public services and local businesses and the jobs of the indigenous population also depend upon the freedom of movement, which is such an important part of our single market membership?
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention, and she is absolutely right. It's one of the reasons I think that the government's white paper is so much more nuanced, so much more caveated, and so much more realistic than some of the rhetoric that we have seen. Now, as I said, I think the Right Honourable Members had lots of time during this debate, and I want to move on to a different topic, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to get in later.
Order! Order! Mr. Blomfield rightly wishes to speed up his introduction of the new clause, which the whole House will be pleased about when we come to the end of this debate and they haven't had a chance to speak. Mr. Blomfield.
Thank you. I think probably not after that. Our approach, Mrs. Lang, as I've said, is different. It is to put the economy and the jobs of the British people first, and to get the right trading relationship with the EU. There may be lots of graphs in the white paper, but there is little clarity in their ambitions. The Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, though, was much clearer a couple of weeks ago when he told the House, and I quote, "What we have come up with is the idea of a comprehensive free trade agreement and a comprehensive customs agreement that will deliver the exact same benefits as we have." And I'm delighted that he's joined us at this point. So he is promising us the exact same benefits as we have inside the single market. Now, that is a benchmark that he has set for these negotiations, and it is a benchmark against which we will measure his success. And so, to help, in a very positive and collaborative way, to help the Secretary of State, we have tried to embed that into paragraph B of new clause 2, because livelihoods depend upon it. I will brief.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that trying to get exactly the same access to the single market without paying any of the costs is like disappearing down the rabbit hole to Alice's Wonderland, and that it's important that we actually have an assessment of what WTO rules would cost if we had to fall back on those?
Yeah, good idea.
I think my honourable friend makes a very important point, which is precisely why we've been pushing for proper economic assessments. And I acknowledge that it is an ambitious target for the negotiations, but it is the one that the Secretary of State has set, and it is the one against which his performance will be measured. Because it's all very well to speculate on trade deals that might or might not come to pass, and while the White Paper tells us that the United States are, and I quote, interested in an early trade agreement with the UK, there is no indication of how America First protectionism is going to give better market access for UK manufactured goods. And so, with this uncertainty, the government needs to do all that it can to secure the jobs that depend on trading with our biggest and our closest partner, the European Union. On that point.
The honourable gentleman, I'm listening to his remarks very carefully. Why does he think the European Union would not be seeking a free trade arrangement with the United Kingdom, given the balance of trade that we have with the EU?
Well, the free trade, the trade agreement that we're seeking with the European Union is one that I'm sure that they will be interested in securing. Whether they can secure it on the terms, the ambitious terms that the Secretary of State has set himself, is the question to be looked at. Can I? No, I've already made it clear. I think that the right honourable members had plenty of floor time. Can I then press on? In terms of the trade deal, it really didn't help for the Prime Minister to threaten our friends and neighbours that if she didn't get her way, she would turn this country into an offshore tax haven. Well, honourable members and opposite may not like it, but that was the very clear threat. And it's not a threat against the European Union. It's a threat against the British people, because those voting to leave the EU did so on the understanding that the NHS was going to receive more money. Exactly. But that's not possible if we slash taxes, and this House should not allow it, which is the purpose of new Clause 7. Now, I'm going to make some progress. I'm very minded to the comments made by Mrs. Lang. This is the purpose of new Clause 7, and it should command support across the House, because this government has been working with our partners in the OECD on efforts to avoid a race to the bottom on corporation tax. And that's what this clause endorses. In avoiding that race to the bottom, new Clause 2 would commit the government to maintaining all existing social, economic, consumer and workers' rights, as well as continuing to collaborate on environmental protection. Now, the government has paid lip service to these things, but I think that they might understand people's scepticism over their intentions, because whilst the White Paper boasts of increasing enforcement budgets for the national minimum wage compliance, it fails to mention the appalling low numbers of prosecutions for non-payment of the national minimum wage, or the rife abuse in the care sector, of which the government is perfectly aware but has failed to act. And on one of the biggest issues that we face, climate change, there is just one small paragraph telling us, and I quote, "We want to take this opportunity to develop over time a comprehensive approach to improving our environment in a way that is fit for our specific needs." Mrs. Lang, what is it about our air, our seas, the impact of our carbon emissions on the planet that is specific? So specific that addressing it cannot better be done through continued collaboration with the European Union. I will.
I'm really very grateful to the honourable gentleman. I've been listening to him with great interest for about 20 minutes now. Could he just tell the House what he's saying got to do with Article 50?
That is true.
I guess that the right honourable member had spotted that triggering Article 50 will signal our departure from the European Union? Possibly. He can intervene on me if I've got that wrong. And the implication... Yeah, but you're not going to get a chance. And the implications of that puts at risk the many benefits... Mrs. Lang?
Order. The former Chief Whip knows better than anyone how business is conducted in this chamber, and he knows what happens to people who don't do what they're meant to do.
Tell us, please.
Mr. Bone asks me to tell the House there is no need. Mr. Blomfield.
Thank you, Mrs. Lang. And continuing that point, that will clearly have implications for the many environmental, employment and consumer rights that have been won over the last 43 years, and I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he not agree that a government which has been dragged to court on 3 occasions for failing on our air quality targets set by Europe and negotiating behind the scenes to drop the European standards does mean that it's really important we talk about environmental protections in these negotiations?
I do indeed, and that's why it is embedded within our new clause 2. The new clause 2 also. Now, I will try to make some progress. I've been fairly generous with my time. I think honourable members will acknowledge. So new clause 2 also seeks to make cooperation with the European Union in education, research and science, environmental protection, and preventing and detecting serious and organised crime and terrorist activity, a guiding principle for the negotiations. Now, the Prime Minister talks the talk on research and science, but will she really commit? Now, there's lots to talk about. But let me take just one example, and it's the basis of our new clause 192. Tucked away in the explanatory notes to the bill is the revelation that it will trigger our exit from Euratom, the European Atomic Energy Community. Now, whatever else can be claimed of their intentions, and much has been claimed, I'm pretty confident that the British people on the 23rd of June did not vote against our leading role in nuclear energy, safety and research. It certainly wasn't on the ballot paper. It is I will in a moment. It is a distinct treaty, I will in a moment, and it would fly in the face of common sense to throw away membership of an organisation which brings such unequivocal benefit. Yet the White Paper is as ambiguous as the Secretary of State was last week on the government's intention, talking simply of leaving Euratom. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I think he's making a compelling argument about that aspect of scientific research. I don't know whether he yesterday attended the all-party parliamentary group on medical research, who were looking at the impact of Brexit on life sciences, but if he did, he will know that it was made absolutely clear that we need to maintain the very closest possible ties with the EU in relation to Horizon 2020 funding, collaboration and free movement of people. Does he not agree that the government need to listen if we're going to preserve our wonderful scientific research base in this country?
I absolutely do. I wasn't at the meeting yesterday, but I was at a meeting of medical research charities and other stakeholders in the field of medical research on Monday, at which they made precisely that point, and indeed ensuring that we had the right relationship, starting ideally with membership of the European Medicines Agency. I had promised to give way to the honourable member.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. He's been very generous. He probably knows that I have the Culham Fusion Centre in my constituency, which is very concerned about this issue, and I have had conversations with them. And the conversations said what we agreed in those was that the amendments that are in this bill are not helpful. That's their decision on this, that the amendments are not helpful, and they are much better dealing with ministers and putting pressure on the Treasury to achieve their objectives.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his point, but I think that a very effective way of putting pressure on to save the Jet Centre, which he's referring to, and which is a hugely important facility, is actually by passing Amendment 192, New Clause 192. Now, I won't give way from...
On that point, please.
I will indeed.
I'm extremely grateful. The Minister is making a very important point here. These hugely important research projects in nuclear and the nuclear build have long lead-in times. If we are going to trigger notice to leave Euratom, then one of the things that concerns is that no agreements will be put in place at the end of the 2-year period. This could seriously delay these projects and impact on future investment in this country. Does he agree we need at least transitional arrangements, if not continuing membership? Mr. Dixon.
Yes, I do agree with my honourable friend. He makes a very important point, but I would press the press ministers to give greater clarity on their intentions. Because, as I say, the Secretary of State so far has been ambiguous. Now, I won't for a moment. I think I should respond to Mrs Lang's appeal that we make some progress. It has been suggested that the government's reservations about Euratom are because the Court of Justice of the EU is the regulatory body for the treaty. If that is the case, their obsessional opposition to the Court of Justice leads them to want to rip up our membership of an organisation on which 21% of UK electricity generation relies, supporting a critical industry providing 78,000 jobs. It's projected to rise to 110,000 by 2021. Membership which, as the honourable member has pointed out, led us to hosting the biggest nuclear fusion programme in the world in Culham. No, I won't. I'm going to make some progress. And on which nuclear safety is important. So I will finish this point. And before the Secretary of State leaves, because other... Okay. I think it would be helpful, and I'll certainly give way to the Secretary of State or to the Minister, I think it would be helpful for the government to explain their intentions. The people in this country deserve to know on Euratom. People voting in Copeland in a couple of weeks' time will want to know. Their jobs are on the line. So I would give the Secretary of State, or indeed the Minister, the opportunity to intervene on me, to give an unambiguous statement that it is the government's intention to remain in Euratom. Well, I was providing the opportunity to give way to those who can make a useful commitment. Otherwise, I think that their silence says everything. Now, there clearly is much more... No, I won't. There clearly is much more to be said about our future relationship. There are many more people who wish to say it, and on many more amendments. So I will draw my remarks to a close. Well, it's disappointing for me too. I'll draw my remarks to a close with this.
Order! The House must allow the Shadow Minister to draw his remarks to a close, or no one else will have an opportunity to speak, and it won't be my fault. Mr Blomfield.
Thank you, Mrs Lang. As I say, I'll draw my remarks to a close with the simple wish that if we are to bring people together around plans that do address the concerns of the 100%, our new clauses provide a basis for doing so, and supporting them would be a good first step.
New Clause 2, Conduct of Negotiations.
The question is that New Clause 2 be read a second time. Mr John Redwood.
Thank you, Mrs Lang. I find myself in agreement with New Clause 2. I think it makes perfectly sensible statements about what our negotiating aims should be. I have even better news for the honourable and right honourable gentlemen and ladies opposite, and that is that it is a statement of the white paper policy, that of course we wish to maintain a stable and sustainable and profitable economy, a growing economy, as we've done ever since the Brexit vote, I'm pleased to say. Of course we wish to preserve the peace in Northern Ireland. Of course we wish to have excellent trading arrangements with the European Union for goods and services free of tariff. Of course, we wish to have lots of cooperative activities with EU member states and institutions in education, research and science and so forth. And of course, we wish to maintain the important rights and legal protections which are in European law. And as I understand it, the government has made it crystal clear in the White Paper and in many statements and answers to questions and answers to debates from the front bench that all those things are fundamental to the negotiating aims of the government. But I just need to explain why, having excited them with my agreement, I will not actually be voting for this new clause. And I have two main reasons which I briefly wish to develop. The first is that, as it is agreed, I accept the promise and statement of the front bench, and therefore I'm happy with that, and I would advise them to do the same. And secondly, I think, although the words do not explicitly say this is what has to be delivered, if it's embedded in legislation, the implication is that all these things have to be delivered, and some of them are not in the gift of this government or this parliament. And I return to this point that the opposition never seems to grasp. We are all united in the aims about trade being tariff-free, but it will be decided by the other 27, not by this parliament or by ministers. I give way.
I'm very grateful for my right honourable friend being so generous. Given that the list in new clause 2 does indeed exactly match some of the things in the white paper, so therefore is pointless because they're all covered in the white paper, isn't it interesting that the two areas it doesn't mention are immigration and actually strengthening the United Kingdom? I think those omissions are very significant.
Well, Mrs. Lang, I think that's a very powerful point, and I would add others. I think it's a great pity it doesn't mention the opportunity to have a decent fishing policy. It certainly doesn't talk about having a sensible immigration policy, and they still don't seem to understand that you have to remove the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice if this Parliament is in the future going to be free to have a fishing policy that helps restore the fishing grounds of Scotland and England, that has a policy that makes sensible provision for people of skills and talent and interest to come into our country, but to have some limit on the numbers. I give way.
I'm very grateful, honourable gentleman, and I heard his wish list at the beginning of his speech. Has he grasped that that wish list is actually encapsulated in two words? Single market.
No, Mrs. Lang, it clearly isn't, and he hasn't been listening to what I've been saying. The whole point about the single market is that it does not allow you to have a sensible fishing policy or a sensible borders policy, two notable omissions from the list which were fortunately not absent from the white paper and from the government's thinking. Yes, I give way.
I wonder if the honourable gentleman would like to reconsider what he's just said. He said the whole point about the single market is that it doesn't allow you to have a sensible fishing policy. But Norway's in the single market in the EEA, but not in the common fisheries policy, and controls its own fisheries policy, which he would know if he'd read this excellent document, Scotland's Place in Europe.
Well, Mrs. Lang, then why haven't we had a sensible fishing policy for the last 40 years? And it's because we've been a full member of the EU and its single market. What we want, and I think what is actually agreed across this House, even by some members of the SNP, is we want maximum tariff-free, barrier-free access to their internal market, but it is not on offer from the other 27 for us to stay in the single market, but not to comply with all the other things we have to comply with as a member of the EU. There is no separate thing called the single market. It is a series of laws which go over all sorts of boundaries and barriers, and if you withdraw from the EU, you withdraw from the single market. I give way.
Right honourable gentleman's example was in fishing policy. So does he agree, as a point of fact, that Norway is in the single market but pursues its own independent fishing policy? Yes or no?
Well, I agree that Norway decided to sacrifice control of her borders in order to get certain other things from a different kind of relationship from the EU. But we do not wish to join the EEA because we do not wish to sacrifice control over our borders. That is straightforward. I give way.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely wrong. Norway was part of the Nordic free movement area with Sweden, Finland and Denmark way before the European Union was even invented.
They are now part of a freedom of movement area far bigger than that, and that was part of their deal. And they also have to pay a lot of money in, which British voters clearly do not wish to pay. And so why would we want to do that? I give way.
Would my right honourable friend agree with me that if members opposite are really serious about the flourishing of our economy, 80% of which is services, then they should accept that we need to be able to do services, trade deals on services, and that means we need to leave the EEA so that we can negotiate about regulation?
Well, indeed, that's quite right, Mrs. Lang, and they also ignore the whole of the rest of the world. Now, it so happens that we have a profitable, balanced trade with the rest of the world. We are often in surplus with the rest of the world overall. We are in massive deficit on goods with the EU alone. And there is much more scope for growth in our trade with the rest of the world than there is with the EU, partly because the rest of the world is growing much faster overall than the EU, and partly because we have chance to have a much bigger proportion of the market there than we currently have, whereas we obviously have quite an advanced trade with the EU, which is probably in decline because of the obvious economic problems in the euro area. I give way.
Does he note that whilst the Shadow Minister made no mention of the importance of controlling immigration, in his new Clause 2 there is a mention of preserving peace in Northern Ireland, though he never mentioned one word of it? And does the member not accept that this is perhaps because he understands that Brexit has no implications for peace in Northern Ireland? It is not a cause for increased terrorism, and indeed the terrorists never fought to stay in the EU, they fought to get out of Britain.
Mrs. Lang, I think the honourable gentleman has made his own point, and we all wish Northern Ireland well.
Well, firstly, can I congratulate my right honourable friend for recognising that there's nothing on the face of new Clause 2 that is remotely objectionable as an objective for the country in the forthcoming negotiations to either leavers or remainers. But does he accept that if it is desirable to have tariff-free access to the single market, it's not possible to have access to any market if you don't accept obedience to the regulations in that market, otherwise there are regulatory barriers. And you do need to have some dispute procedure. So if you start rejecting the European Court of Justice and saying all the regulations have got to be British regulations and we're free to alter them when we feel like it, you're actually not pursuing the objectives in new Clause 2, to which he expresses otherwise complete agreement.
Mrs. Lang, of course, when you enter a free trade agreement or any other trade arrangement, there is a dispute resolution procedure. There is a very clear one in the WTO, and the way I see it happening is we will register the best deal we can get with the EU under our WTO membership, and it will obviously be governed by normal WTO resolution procedures, which we have no problem with. The problem with the ECJ is it presumes to strike down the wishes of the British people and good statute law made by this House of Commons over a very wide range of issues, which means we are no longer sovereign all the time we are in it. I give way.
I thank him for giving way. He has argued that our membership of the EU inhibits our ability to trade with the expanding economies of the rest of the world. Could he explain, if this is so, why Germany exports almost 4 times as much as we do to China and exceeds our exports to both India and Brazil, the other fast-growing economies, and France also exports more to China and Brazil than we do? What is it that they do within the EU that we will do when we come out?
Well, Mr. Lang, it's quite obvious Germany will export more at the early stages of development in an emerging market economy because they tend to export capital equipment of the kind you need to industrialise, which is what China bought in the last decade. But now China is a much richer country. She's going on to have a massive expansion of services, and that's where we have a strong relative advantage, where if we have the right kind of arrangement with China, we will accelerate our growth of our exports, which they will now want, rather more rapidly. But the honourable gentleman should understand that the EU imposes massive and, I think, dangerous barriers against the emerging market world for their agricultural produce. And the kind of deals we can offer to an emerging market country is to say that we will buy their much cheaper food by taking the tariff barriers off their food products in return for having much better access to their service and industrial goods markets where we have products that they might like to buy. And I hear my honourable friend worried about British farmers. British farmers would, of course, have a subsidy regime based upon environmental factors in the main, which we would want to continue. I give way.
Yeah, I'm very grateful to him for giving way. What impact does he think that would have on Welsh agriculture and the rural economy in Wales?
Well, I just explained that it should boost it, because I'm sure, first of all, that more market opportunities will open up for Welsh farmers, but we will also debate in this House how to have a proper support regime. And I hope it will be a support regime that doesn't only reward environmental objectives, but it is also friendly to promoting the greater efficiencies that can come from more farm mechanisation and more farm enlargement, which will be a very important part of our journey to try and eliminate some of that massive deficit we currently run in food with the rest of the EU, whilst being more decent to the emerging world, the poor countries of the world, whom we deliberately deny access to our markets. So I give way.
Can I take it from what he's just said that in any free trade deal with New Zealand, in the interest of getting good access to the New Zealand market for our financial services, he will continue to ensure that sheep farmers in this country are not sacrificed in any such free trade agreement?
Well, Mrs. Lang, I'm sure that will be a very appropriate part of our discussions when our country holds it with New Zealand and Australia. But I broadly take the view, as I thought the party opposite was now taking the view, that getting rid of tariffs was a good idea. And they spent all of the last 6 months saying how we mustn't have tariffs on our trade with Europe. Now I discover they do want tariffs on their trade with everywhere else in the world, so I think they are arguing a big contradiction.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He's making a very powerful case. Does he not agree with me that it is a truly remarkable thing that Germany makes 3 times as much money on coffee than developing countries because of tariffs? And does he not also agree with me that at the moment we are noticing a problem with out-of-season fruit and vegetables in our supermarkets, in part because of the pressures that apply to producers in North Africa, and it's no good colleagues opposite having a go at those who are concerned about international development assistance if they are prepared to tolerate tariff barriers of that sort that act against the interests of developing countries.
Well, Mrs. Lang, I think we've teased out something very important in this debate. We've teased out that they want no barriers against very ferocious competition from agriculture on the continent, which has undoubtedly damaged an awful lot of Welsh and Scottish and English farms. But they want maximum tariff barriers on trade with the rest of the world, so we still have to buy dear food. That doesn't seem to me to be a very appealing package.
He might be interested to know on the lamb issue. Just last week I visited Randall Parker Foods in my constituency, who slaughter and process several 100,000 Welsh lambs every single year, and who are literally salivating at the chance of opening up, in particular, the US market, where Welsh lamb is underrepresented and where there's a huge potential for us to export even more than we already do.
Yeah, well, like my honourable friend, I think there are some great English, Welsh, Scottish, Northern Irish agricultural products, and I think with the right tariff system for the rest of the world, we could do considerably better with our quality products. So I give way.
I would congratulate my right honourable friend on his great speech here, if I may say. But I'd just like to ask him one question, which goes to the merits of this particular clause, new clause. The Prime Minister shall give an undertaking, which is clearly a mandatory requirement under a statute, which itself calls for judicial review if somebody decides to do so. But to preserve peace in Northern Ireland, as a matter of public interest, as a matter of judicial review, I have never ever seen, in all my experience here, a clause which is so unbelievably unworkable and completely contrary to all the assumptions that one might rely upon for a decent provision.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for drawing me back onto the central point of my speech, and he kindly said I've made a good speech. I think I've just responded to everybody else making their own speeches and riding their own hobby horses, and I hope they've enjoyed giving their hobby horses a good ride on this occasion. But to summarise my brief case, Mrs. Lang, it is this, that the aims are fine. They happen to be agreed by the government. They are disappointing because they leave out some very important aims that matter to the British people, taking back control of our borders and our laws and dealing with the problem of the court immediately spring to mind, but there are many others. They leave out, of course, as they always do, the huge opportunities to have so much better policies in areas like fishing and farming that would be better for our own industry and a lot better for our consumers. And they have now revealed this fundamental contradiction in wanting completely tariff-free trade in Europe, but massive tariff barriers everywhere else, and don't really seem to think through the logic of it. So my conclusion is, nothing wrong with the aims. We need the extra aims that the government has rightly spelt out. It would be quite silly to incorporate negotiating aims in a piece of legislation. I believe in the government's good faith. We are mercifully united in wanting tariff-free, barrier-free trade with the rest of Europe. It is not in this House's gift, let alone Minister's gift, to deliver that, but if they are sensible on the continent, they will want it because they get a lot more out of this trade than we do, and they must understand that if we put in most favoured nation tariffs, they are very low or non-existent on the things we sell to them, but they can be quite penal on the things where they have been particularly successful at selling to us. So, Mrs Lang, great idea, the aims, but a silly idea to put it into law.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you very much, Mrs Lang. Today's debate is on amendments about our priorities for negotiation, the UK's priorities for negotiations for withdrawal from the European Union. And I want to talk about what Scotland's priorities are. But we also have the SNP put forward some amendments about the situation of Gibraltar. They're to be found at amendment number 54 and new clause 141, where we deal with the fact that this bill has omitted to include Gibraltar within its remit, which is rather curious, given the great love and affection that members opposite have for Gibraltar. And those of us who are members of the Select Committee on Exiting the European Union will have been very impressed by the evidence the Chief Minister for Gibraltar gave to us a couple of weeks ago, Fabian Picardo, where he emphasised that Gibraltar's main concern is to preserve its sovereignty and its connection with the United Kingdom, and that he was very happy, unlike some of us, to be part of the red, white and blue Brexit the Prime Minister talks about. So it's very important that we take into account the concerns of Gibraltar. Well, I'm just going to come to the honourable gentleman to whom I'm going to give way in a moment, the honourable member for Ilford South, who has a long and admirable commitment to the people of Gibraltar and its interests. I believe has also laid amendments, in particular amendment number 29, which I'm sure he's going to tell us about in detail in due course, which would put upon the British Government a requirement to consult with Gibraltar before triggering Article 50. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful, and I'm not going to make a speech now. I hope to be called later. I just would like to emphasise that there is a very important need to protect the interests of Gibraltar. And whereas, as she said, that we are not referring to Gibraltar in this bill, it was of course specifically mentioned by an amendment when the legislation was agreed to hold the referendum, and the people of Gibraltar voted in that referendum. So surely we should have an amendment to the bill which accepts that Gibraltar's interests are also considered.
Absolutely, and I have here a letter from the Deputy Chief Minister of Gibraltar, who says that he can confirm that the clause on the application of the Article 50 bill to Gibraltar would be politically useful to Gibraltar, and it would also follow on logically from the original consent that Gibraltar already gave to the extension of the actual UK Referendum Act to Gibraltar. But I'll come back to that in more detail in a moment, Mrs Lang. Yes, I will.
Before the Honourable Lady moves on, I think it is important to back up the member for Ilford South in that the connection that Gibraltar shows to the United Kingdom and to being British Gibraltar especially should be reflected in this House. And I think members should think very, very seriously about supporting the amendment from the member from Ilford South, because it would send a signal into Gibraltar, and I visit Gibraltar, that they are respected here, and that members on both sides of the House respect Gibraltar. So please listen to the member for Ilford South when he speaks.
Indeed, and I totally agree with my honourable friend. And again, reading from the letter from the Deputy Chief Minister of Gibraltar, he says that he understands that our amendments mirror a number of others which have been tabled, seeking to make clear the application of the Act to Gibraltar, and that this would strengthen Gibraltar's case to be mentioned in the Article 50 letter. Now, of course, Scotland shares with Gibraltar a desire to be mentioned in the Article 50 letter, and the big priority for Scotland is that the British Government take into account the Scottish Government's request for a differentiated deal for Scotland. Now, Mrs Lang, we had a new clause about this, new clause 145, that the which would require the British Government to commit to such a differentiated deal before triggering Article 50. Now, we're not going, that's been held over till today, but we're not going to push it to a vote because we are prepared to give the UK Government one last chance to respond to this document, Scotland's Place in Europe, which was laid before the British Government before Christmas, some 7 weeks ago. I will in a moment, before I finish my point, some 7 weeks ago, and to which no formal response has as yet been received. Now, my honourable friend, well, the honourable member to whom I'm about to give way, like me, is a member of the Exiting the European Union Committee, and we heard detailed evidence this morning from the Scottish Government's Minister for Negotiations with the United Kingdom about this document, a far more detailed document in its proposals than anything the British Government has been prepared to produce so far. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman now.
I thank my honourable and learned friend for giving way, and I do hope she would treat me as a friend, as a fellow member of the Brexit Select Committee, rather than just an honourable member on the opposite side of the House. And I don't disagree with her when it comes to Gibraltar, and also maybe even Scotland, but we are acting on behalf of the whole of the UK. Are there any other places that, if there was to be a list of geographical places, such as maybe the Isle of Man or Jersey, would she like to see a long, long list of places listed in the Article 50 letter?
Well, the honourable gentleman is obviously not aware that the arrangements that apply to the Isle of Man and the Channel Islands are rather different than the arrangements to apply to Scotland. They're not in the European Union. So perhaps the honourable gentleman would like to read this document, which will explain that to him, and will explain that within the wider UK and Crown dependencies, there are in fact some differentiated agreements. Differentiated agreements exist. To go back to the case of Gibraltar, Gibraltar is in the European Union, but not in the customs union. But I'll return to Gibraltar in due course.
My friend will remember the direct quote from the Daily Telegraph, quote, Theresa May has indicated that Brexit will not be triggered a formal process for leaving the EU until there is an agreed UK approach backed by Scotland. Surely the honourable members opposite are not intending the Prime Minister to break her word of the 15th of July last year.
I'm sure honourable members opposite would be very loath to encourage the Prime Minister to break her word on this. And members opposite are shouting no veto. We're not asking for a veto. This is a compromise. This document is a compromise whereby Scotland could remain in the single market while the rest of the UK exits the single market. Honourable gentlemen opposite who are shaking their heads and mumbling about vetoes would perhaps like to get their iPads out and look up the difference between a veto and a compromise. It's rather a radical difference. I'm going to make some progress, Mrs. Lang. I'll make some progress and then I'll take some more interventions, perhaps from people who haven't yet spoken in this debate. The Scottish Government, as I've said, have put forward a proposal, and we're waiting for that proposal to be taken seriously. Now, the signs that the position of Scotland, the compromise we've put forward, is going to be taken seriously by the Government, and indeed by this House, so far this week, have not been promising. Not a single amendment has been passed to this bill, despite the numerous amendments tabled by all sorts of different groupings within this House, many with significant cross-party support. And even yesterday, when the Government was forced into announcing a significant concession, they were extraordinarily reluctant to commit that concession to writing. And we all know why. We know it's because they don't want to amend the Act, because they have fought tooth and nail through the courts and in this House to avoid the sort of scrutiny that those of them who sought to leave the European Union have been trumpeting the rest of us about for years, telling us how fantastic this wonderful sovereign mother of parliaments is. But yet we are berated for having the effrontery to attempt to amend a bill. It's preposterous. No, I will not give way. We heard ample from the honourable gentleman the other day, and I will not give way.
Does the bidding.
this bill, Mrs Lang, is being railroaded through this House with scant regard for democratic process. Here's an example. On Monday, when we were debating the amendments which concerned the devolved administrations, including Scotland, only one of my honourable friends got to speak. And when I attempted to double that tally, I was told to sit down and shut up and know my place. Now, Mrs Lang, I don't mind being insulted and affronted in this House. But what people need to remember is that it's not just me. It's the people who elected me that are being insulted and affronted when I am prevented from speaking about amendments on which my name appear. Now, the honourable members opposite are extraordinarily relaxed about the effect that this sort of thing has on Scottish public opinion. I don't know if they take the Herald newspaper. It's rather difficult to get hold of here in the House of Commons. But if they do, they will see today's headline, "Support for Independence Surges on Hard Brexit Vow."
Going one direction, lads.
A backing, no, I will not give way. A backing for a yes vote in another independence referendum has risen to 49% on the back of the hard Brexit vow, and that's when no referendum is even on the table, and we are still seeking our reasonable compromise. Make no mistake, and it gives me great pleasure to say this, that the barracking of honourable members opposite and the preventing of SNP MPs from speaking in this House plays right into our hands and results in headlines for this: support for independent surgery. Mrs Lang.
Point of order, Mr Harper.
Mrs Lang, how can I correct the record? On Monday, when we were debating the amendments on devolution and the arrangements, and I spoke about the amendments that were on the paper, I seem to remember I took many interventions, including from the Right Honourable and Learned Lady. She wasn't therefore prevented from speaking, and indeed I seem to remember, Madam Deputy Mrs Lang, that the person in the chair at the time, well, you let me finish giving my point of order for the chair. When the person that was in the chair made great efforts to facilitate the Honourable and Learned Lady making a speech, there was then a kerfuffle afterwards when she objected to the amount of time she got. How can we put the record straight about the fact she had a fair opportunity on Monday?
Well, the honourable gentleman doesn't need to put the record straight because it's a matter of record. And I have myself looked in Hansard, and by the simple use of my arithmetical powers, I have worked out how many people managed to speak, for how long they spoke, what contributions they made. Now, the Honourable Lady is asserting that she was prevented from speaking because there was a time limit on the debate, and the Honourable Lady came quite late in the debate. Then there was not an awful lot of time left in which she could speak. But in saying that she was prevented from speaking, I think the Honourable Lady is making a rhetorical point rather than an arithmetical point, because the Honourable Lady's contribution to the debate has been considerable, and she will note that she has been given the opportunity very early in today's proceedings to speak, and I look forward to hearing the Honourable Lady speak to the amendments to which she has put her name, and that's what we should stick to. Joanna Cherry.
I'm very grateful, Madam Chairwoman, for your clarification, and indeed I am speaking early today because I'm leading for the third party in this House, as is my right to speak early in the debate. Now, the honourable gentleman opposite is terribly, terribly anxious to make an intervention, and in order to put him out of his misery, I'd very much like to hear what he has to say now.
No, I'm very grateful to the Honourable and Learned Lady. The point I was going to make in her remarks was on Gibraltar. and she was waxing lyrical about the importance that her party had to Gibraltar. It was just the fact that when I was listening to the evidence from the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, he was rather more committed to the continuance of the United Kingdom than the Scottish Nationalist Party, which doesn't seem to do so.
That's called democracy. The people of Gibraltar vote for parties that wish to remain part of the United Kingdom. The people of Scotland vote for parties that wish to be independent. It's a statement of fact. I'm very, very happy, very happy to endorse Gibraltar's right to self-determination, as I am happy to endorse Scotland and indeed any nation's right to self-determination. I give way to my honourable friend.
Just a point of clarity, it should be understood by all sides. Gibraltar is not in the United Kingdom. Gibraltar doesn't want to be in the United Kingdom. It wants an association with Britain, which is very different. The United Kingdom only dates from December 1922. Britain is a little bit older than that. Gibraltar does not have a member in this Parliament because it is not in the United Kingdom. It is an association with the United Kingdom. It is independent of the United Kingdom. That is something I would quite like for Scotland. British, but not in the UK.
Well, indeed, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who has a long association with Gibraltar. I like the honourable member for Ilford South for clarifying the position for those who appeared not to be aware of it. Now, I'm going to come back to Gibraltar in a moment, but I'm just continuing on with the priority I want at the moment, thank you, the priority in these negotiations from the Scottish perspective. Now, the document I'm holding here, Scotland's Place in Europe, is a highly considered and detailed case which has been put forward to the British Government. And as I say, we're still waiting for any kind of considered or detailed response. This morning, the Exiting the European Union Committee heard evidence from a number of Scottish legal experts, in addition to the Minister, Mike Russell. And we were told by Professor Nicola McEwen that the proposals in this document are credible and merit examination. Now, really, what the Scottish Government is asking for from the British Government is no more than the British Government is asking for from the other 27 member states in the European Union, and that is for consideration in negotiations of our position. And our position is somewhat less substantial than the position that the British Government want to put forward in Europe. Now, I'm going to make a little bit of progress, and then I will give way to the Honourable Lady after I make a bit of progress. The Scottish Government is looking for a response to this document, and that's why we are not going to push New Clause 145, which has been held over today, to a vote today. There's a meeting taking place this afternoon of the Joint Ministerial Committee, and we are still prepared to put faith for the time being in the promise which the Prime Minister made, which my right honourable friend, the member for Gordon, has just reminded us of, about Scotland's wishes being taken into account. But make no mistake, members of this House should make no mistake, that we will expect the Prime Minister to deliver on that promise. We will expect to have our position, just as Gibraltar wants its position, put forward in the Article 50 letter. And if that doesn't happen, if the Prime Minister breaks her promise, then we'll hold another independence referendum. And on the back of the Herald, things are looking pretty good for that at the moment. We're at nearly 50%, and not a single word has been uttered yet in the campaign for a second independence referendum. I won't give way for the time being, thank you. But the Honourable Lady is going to raise a point.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. She referenced the evidence session we had this morning with her colleague from the Scottish Parliament. Would she agree with me, however, that there were a number of unanswered questions that came through in that committee, including what regulations Scotland may be subject to if it was to be in the EEA, what the impact might be on the trade relationship with the rest of the UK, what the controls at the border might be or might not be, and what that would need to look like if Scotland had free movement but the rest of the UK did not, and also indeed what payment may need to be made by Scotland, how much that would be and where it would come from, over which there was some confusion.
Well, I don't agree with her, and the transcript will be available shortly. And when honourable members read the transcript, they'll see that my honourable colleague, who's a minister in the Scottish Government, repeatedly told members that the answers to the questions they were asking were in this document. It was rather surprising that one member of the committee at least admitted that he hadn't read the document, but was berating the Scottish minister for not having answered questions which are in the document which he had read. Now, it's to be hoped that the British government are studying this document and reading it. There's maybe quite a lot to learn from it. I'll take it into consideration.
Grateful to the honourable and learned lady. She very touchingly says that her document is a compromise document, but doesn't she and her party understand that a compromise document is one that she and I agree, and I don't agree with her document?
Well, I've got
Have you read it?
I've got some news. I've got some news. I've got some news for the honourable gentleman. Some news for the honourable gentleman. When the United Kingdom government goes to negotiate with the European Union, 27 member states, about exiting the European Union, the UK government will be looking for a compromise. At the moment, it's looking for things that the EU member states aren't willing to give, but that's not preventing the UK government from going into a negotiation. That's how negotiations work. Now, I would urge the honourable gentleman to read this document. If he had read it, he would know, as I had to correct him earlier, that although Norway's in the single market, it's not in the common fisheries policy, because what Scotland is looking for in this compromise document is an arrangement similar to that of Norway, which has, I visited Oslo recently. The Norwegians seem to be doing pretty well on the back of that arrangement. It looks like a very prosperous and successful economy. And I give way to the honourable gentleman from Gordon.
Yeah, if the right honourable member, of course, had made the same pledge as the Prime Minister made, then I would expect, as a right honourable member, that he would have kept it. But I saw the evidence this morning, and I saw the Minister of the Scottish Parliament, Mr Russell, give the example of Liechtenstein and Switzerland. Liechtenstein in the European Economic Area, Switzerland is not. They have a frictionless border, let's put it that way, just like the border the Prime Minister promises from Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland.
Indeed, and many of the questions that honourable members in this House raised with the Scottish Government and with the Scottish National Party about how these matters might be managed are answered in this document, which is the product of research and consultation that has been going on in the many months since the Brexit vote, while the British Government's been going round in circles trying to decide whether it wants to be in the single market or the customs union. The Scottish Government has been looking at a considered compromise and answer to the dilemma in which we find ourselves, where the majority of people in Scotland wish to remain part of the European Union, but the rest of the UK wishes to exit. And I give way to my honourable friend.
My honourable friend made a really important point, I think, a few minutes ago, just about Norway and the benefits that could accrue to particularly my constituency with a Norwegian-style deal that would indeed help our fishing interests, but would also protect the interests of our fish processors and all the people who depend on export markets, most of which go into the European Union at the present time.
Indeed, I mean, it's no secret that of the minority of people who voted to leave the European Union in Scotland, a significant proportion were made up of people working in the fishing industry, fishermen, because they have received, as we heard earlier, such a bad deal over the years as a result of inept negotiating by the British Government, which Scottish Government ministers have been kept out of on the common fisheries policy. The great advantage of this compromise proposal for fishermen is that at the same time as coming out of the common fisheries policy, they would still have access to the single market. And believe you me, Mrs Lang, when I was in Norway recently, I saw a presentation about how the Norwegian fishing industry is progressing on the back of such an arrangement, and it is doing significantly better than the Scottish fishing industry. I give way to the honourable gentleman, the chair of the exiting.
I'm very grateful to the honourable and learned lady for giving way. Isn't there rather more fundamental difficulty with the proposal in the document that she's been referring to about the possibility of Scotland remaining in the single market, that there is absolutely no evidence that I have seen thus far, and maybe she has, that any one of the other 27 member states, never mind what the British government view is, that any one of the other 27 member states have indicated that they would consent to such an arrangement, given that all of the other parallels, the Faroes aside, relate to countries, and that is not the case in relation to this proposal.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising this issue, because it highlights the reason why I'm belabouring this point this afternoon. In order for Scotland to get the compromise deal that we are proposing, the United Kingdom government would first have to accept it as something they would then put forward to the other 27 member states. The other 27 member states are waiting for the United Kingdom to put its money where its mouth is and to come to the table and negotiate. They need us to sort out, to put our own house in order before we do that. Honourable gentleman opposite may not like it, but the Prime Minister made a promise to involve Scotland in in negotiations and to look at all the options for Scotland. We are withholding our right to force our amendment to a vote today in the hope that the Prime Minister will be good to her word. People in Scotland are watching and waiting. This document has widespread support. It has the merit of uniting Leavers and Remainers because it has a compromise that appeals to both Leavers and Remainers. I give way to the.
I'm very, very grateful for her generosity, but wouldn't she agree that in the event that Scotland was in the single market and England and Wales and Northern Ireland weren't, then industry would move from England and Wales to Scotland to have a tariff-free access to the single market, and similarly, of course, industry will move from Northern Ireland to Southern Ireland, ripping open the peace process, which has been denied earlier. It will be ripped open.
I think the SNP's position on the peace process has been made very clear in this House. We would wish to do everything to support it. Also, we don't wish to see the rest of the UK suffer as a result of coming out of the single market. That's why the principal suggestion in this document was that the whole of the United Kingdom should remain in the single market. Now, I'm terribly sorry for members representing English and Welsh constituencies that the Prime Minister has now ruled that off the table. But I'm sure those members will understand why we, representing Scotland, must try and see if we can get a compromise deal for Scotland. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way. Further to the previous intervention, does she recognise that if the government did accept that they could negotiate a separate place for Scotland within the single market, that could equally read across in respect of Northern Ireland and would be particularly compatible in terms of the Strand 2 arrangements and upholding the Good Friday Agreement in many important ways? It would actually go to the heart of upholding the peace, not upsetting any basis for it.
Indeed, and as usual, the honourable gentleman makes his point with great force and great clarity. But the difficulty is, this morning we heard in the Committee for Exiting the European Union from experts who've been observing the process of negotiation, as it's called, between the British Government and the devolved nations in the Joint Ministerial Committee, that these negotiations lack transparency and that they really haven't made any significant progress. And that is a matter of regret, not just for Scotland, but for Northern Ireland and also for Wales. I give way to my honourable.
Is my honourable friend as surprised as I am that there seems to be a suggestion that it would be to Scotland's economic advantage to be in the single market when we seem to be debating leaving the EU in the first place? Surely what's good for Scotland would be good for the whole UK in this respect.
Indeed, and we made it very clear in this document that we felt it would be to the advantage of the whole of the United Kingdom to remain in the single market. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister, in what my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Member for Gordon, has described as a very foolish negotiating tactic, has ruled that out from the outset. Now, I'm going to make a little bit of progress, Mrs Lang, because I'm conscious that a lot of other people are wishing to speak. And I did say that I was going to move on to deal with our amendments on the topic of Gibraltar. Now, as the honourable member for Ilford South pointed out earlier in relation to Gibraltar, Gibraltar was, of course, covered by the EU Referendum Act. If members look back to Section 12(1) of the EU Referendum Act, it extended to the United Kingdom and Gibraltar. And of course, there was an overwhelming vote in Gibraltar to remain. But when Fabian Picardo, the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, came to give evidence to the Exiting the EU Select Committee, he explained that they've already got a differential agreement for Gibraltar, whereby they're in the EU but not in the customs union. And this has been working well for them. And they would like to be involved in a Brexit deal that would guarantee continued access to the single market. But they don't want to be forgotten. And as I said from the letter I quoted from earlier, the Gibraltarian government support these amendments to get Gibraltar brought within the ambit of this bill, so Gibraltar's interests can be taken into account in the triggering of Article 50. Now, one question I have for the Minister when he sums up is, why has Gibraltar been omitted? Why was Gibraltar omitted from this Act? Was it, God forbid, an oversight?
Of course it was.
And if it was, then now they have the opportunity to correct that oversight with the assistance of the SNP. Or was it a deliberate omission? A deliberate omission? And if so, how does that deliberate omission of Gibraltar from the ambit of this bill sit with the assurances that the British Government has been given to Gibraltar that its interests will be protected? Now, I'm sure the honourable gentleman, the member for Ilford South, will speak with much greater knowledge than I can about Gibraltar. So I'm just going to say the purpose behind these amendments is to make sure that Gibraltar is not forgotten about. We feel there may have been an oversight, so we are attempting to assist there. If there hasn't been an oversight and this omission is deliberate, then we need to know why, and honourable members need to consider whether it be appropriate to rectify that omission. Now, Mrs Lang, there are a number of other amendments today which I think would ameliorate this bill, and the honourable gentleman from the Labour front bench spoke very ably, if I may say so, about New Clause 2 and some of the other amendments. New Clause 2 I find slightly disappointing, Mrs Lang, because it doesn't actually enumerate the interests of Scotland as a particular consideration to be taken into account. But again, I say we're not going to push our amendment on that to a vote this afternoon, because we're hopeful that there might be some fruitful outcome from the joint ministerial committee that's taking place today. And I give way to my
I'm very grateful, Honourable Lady, for taking Scotland into account on that point. And the promise of the Prime Minister on the 15th of July, I would hope, would have greater gravity than the previous promise given by a previous Prime Minister on the 10th of September 2014, when on the Channel 4 News, David Cameron said that if Scotland votes to remain in the UK, all forms of devolution are there and all are possible. Yet when it came to the Scotland Bill, by this time my honourable friend, my learned friend, was a member of Parliament, and we had the Scotland Bill. None of the amendments were taken, showing that none of the forms of devolution were there and none were possible. We've had one broken Prime Ministerial promise from one previous Prime Minister. Let's hope this Prime Minister can keep her word.
Yes. Yes. Order, order, order. I give the honourable gentleman a lot of leeway, but we're discussing this bill right now. We can't go on to previous Prime Ministers and previous bills. But I'm sure the honourable lady, whose legal expertise is one of the best in the House, will find a way of saying what she wants to say. Ms Cherry.
Bringing my remarks to a conclusion, Mrs Lang, because I'm very conscious other people wish to speak. But I just wanted to make clear that the SNP does broadly welcome many of the other amendments that have been tabled this afternoon. For example, New Clause 100, supporting amendments aimed at securing women's rights and equality. We believe that the EU is about more than just a single trading market. It's also about the social ties that bind us, and also about the social protections that the EU has guaranteed. Yes, I will.
I thank my honourable and learned friend for giving way, and on that matter of equality and protections for our people, does she agree with me that what we have seen thus far since we were elected to this place does not fill us with any hope that this government, when it has its great power grab, will uphold the protections that the EU has brought and will fight for our citizens' rights?
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend. It's a very real concern held by many parties in this House, and so we support any amendments that seek to underline the social aspects of the EU. Also, for example, New Clause 166, which makes the point that about the rights of young people and the importance of young people's ability to live, work and travel and study across Europe has been of such a benefit to them. And of course this party fought for 16 and 17-year-olds to get the vote in the referendum, but that was not to be. Mrs Lang, perhaps the result might have been different if that had been allowed. Later on today we'll also be voting on some amendments that were carried over from earlier in the week, including New Clause 27, an SNP amendment about protecting the rights of EU nationals. And in conclusion, I'd just like to say something about that, and I think it's a view that's shared widely across this House, that we ought not to trigger Article 50 until we have given some sort of assurance to EU nationals living in the United Kingdom about their rights. And furthermore, we have had evidence in the Exiting the European Union Committee from representatives of not only EU nationals in the UK, but perhaps more importantly for some members of this House, UK nationals living abroad, who said that a unilateral declaration of goodwill from the British government, who after all has caused the problem by holding the referendum and allowing the leave vote to happen, a unilateral undertaking to guarantee the rights of EU nationals in the United Kingdom, and the feeling of the witnesses was that that would be met with a reciprocal undertaking from other member states, rather than using individual human beings as bargaining chips.
Bargaining chips. Stand up. Bargaining.
If the honourable gentleman wants to make an intervention, I'll be happy to take it, but I am bringing my... well, he obviously doesn't, just wants to shout at me from a sedentary position.
Bad manners.
Finally, Mrs Ling, before the second reading of this bill, I raised a point of order about the statement the Secretary of State has made under Section 19(1)(a) of the Human Rights Act, saying that in his view the provisions of this bill are compatible with convention rights. I wasn't usually not normally in the habit of giving out free legal advice, but I'm happy to do so on this occasion, which is that if this bill proceeds and if we trigger Article 50 without taking any steps to protect the rights of EU nationals living in the UK, then the British Government could find itself faced with a challenge under the Human Rights Act and the compatibility of this Act with Article 8 and Article 14 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and possibly claims. Now, I know that many honourable members opposite don't hold any great affection for the European Convention on Human Rights, but for the time being, even when we exit the European Union, we're still going to be signatories to it, and the British courts will still be bound by it. So I'm really just offering a helpful word of warning to the government, if they want to save some taxpayers' money, that they might want to think very carefully about addressing this issue before they're met with a slew of legal claims. And I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my honourable and learned friend for giving way. And of course, one of the key workers in our society, both in research and in industry, are EU nationals in science and research. And these world-class researchers, we should be begging them to stay. We should be bending over backwards instead of using them as bargaining chip, because what we are damaging here is goodwill and how they feel valued in our society.
Indeed, and I know my honourable friend takes a great interest in the teaching and research into science, which was her own field before she came into Parliament. And she, like me, will be aware that many Scottish universities, including Heriot-Watt and Napier in my own constituency of Edinburgh South West, are extremely concerned about the brain drain that could occur as a result of the failure to reassure European Union nationals living in the UK in relation to their rights. So with that, Mrs Lang, I move Amendment 54 and new clause 141 in relation to Gibraltar on behalf of the Scottish National Party.
I'm very grateful, Mrs Lang, for the chance to speak briefly on some of the clauses, and it's a great pleasure to speak after the honourable and learned lady, who I gather hasn't had the opportunity to put her points, but now, having taken about 10% of the time allocated for debating these clauses, I hope she feels she's had the opportunity now to make her case, and make her case. She did so extremely eloquently. I just want to cover a few of the bases very quickly. I know that we'll be considering amendments. There's a lot of noise coming from over there. It's quite hard to think or speak, but I'll plough on. We're going to talk about, Mrs Lang, the rights of EU citizens living in the United Kingdom. This is a subject about which I feel extremely strongly. I had a meeting in my constituency on Friday to discuss Brexit with about 150 people, and there were a lot of people from different European Union countries, because my constituency has a great deal of scientific research and high-tech international companies based in it. Now, these are people who contribute. I note people love to talk about the economic contribution made by citizens from Europe, but I also deeply value their social contribution as well. And these are incredible people who provide not only world-class expertise to many businesses and science, but also a huge contribution to the communities in my constituency. And they are obviously devastated by what has happened, and they seek reassurance from the government. I'm not going to support any particular amendments tonight, because I think that would mess up the bill and wouldn't necessarily achieve what the amendments seek to achieve. And I'm also deeply reassured by the Home Secretary's letter, which was circulated earlier, and also, I have to say, by the Prime Minister's repeated comments about how she is going to make it an absolute priority to get clarity for the rights of EU citizens. I give way to a former Treasury official.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Wantage for giving way. He said there was a letter from the Home Secretary. Is that a letter for Conservative Party members? Now he's referred to it in the House. Isn't it appropriate that it should be on the table or in the library for all of us to see?
I may have made a faux pas. It was addressed, dear colleague. It may just have been to me. Because obviously it may be private correspondence between me and the Home Secretary for me to circulate to my European constituents who are among the most talented Europeans living in this country. I give way to a former Chief Whip.
I'm grateful to my...
Order. Point of order, Mrs Goodman.
Order, Mrs Lang. Is it appropriate for an honourable member to refer to a document which is not available to the whole House?
Here.
I believe it is appropriate for an honourable member to refer to whichever document he or she might care to quote, and it would be a matter for the honourable gentleman whether he makes any more than the immediate quotation he wishes to use from an honourable from any particular piece of correspondence. We all have private correspondence. Point of order, Mr. Salmon.
But Mrs. Lang, it would be in order to say that the custom and practice, a ministerial letter about a debate should be circulated to members and placed in the library.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right, as ever. If there were, as often.
Occasionally.
If there were a letter or any document produced by a government minister in his or her capacity as a government minister, which was intended for the information of the whole House, it would indeed have to be placed in the library or in the vote office or distributed upon one of these benches. But if there is, and I don't know whether there is or not, hypothetically, if there is a letter addressed privately to an honourable member, then that is a matter for the honourable member. Mr. Vasey.
Enough trouble with my whips, Mrs. Lang, so I suppose another faux pas from me won't get me in a much better place. I mean, I've only been in the House for 11 years, so I'm still learning the ropes. I give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who's only been here as long as I have, so we're clearly both still learning the ropes. I was just going to assist him, I think, a little bit, because in terms of what's on the record, I think the Prime Minister has been very clear that she intends to have a very generous approach on this matter. But coming back to the point that the Honourable and Learned Lady said, part of the roadblock here is that some EU member states won't negotiate with us until we've triggered Article 50. So, in fact, the quicker we get this bill on the statute book, the quicker we get Article 50 triggered, the quicker we can get that arrangement in place and reassure EU nationals in Britain and British citizens overseas.
That's an excellent point, and it is... It's a difficult road that lies ahead, and some pretty unsavoury compromises are having to be made, but understandable compromises. But make no mistake that I think the mood of the House, particularly actually from many colleagues who supported Brexit, is to move as quickly as possible to provide reassurance to European citizens living in this country. And I wanted to use this opportunity before I got mired in procedural quagmire and brought closer to the Chief Whip's tarantula. I wanted to make it as clear as possible that I stand four square behind European Union citizens living in this country and for their contribution. I give way to the Honourable Lady from the Scottish National Party.
Thank you very much. Very grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. We've heard much speak in this House, particularly from the Prime Minister, about this idea of global leadership. Could the Honourable Member explain to me what precisely his definition of global leadership is, if it isn't to be a leader and stand up for the EU nationals living in this country?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes an interesting point and allows me to segue to the next issue, which is free trade and Britain's global leadership in free trade. And those of you who are lucky enough to hear me speak in the second reading debate know that this constant talk about free trade treaties is driving me round the bend, because as a minister I took part in the state visit from President Xi, and as a member of Parliament I was in Westminster Hall to hear the address from President Obama. I know I shouldn't stray onto the subject of presidential addresses in Westminster Hall. It's a dangerous road to go down, and I fail to understand the lack of British influence that seems to have existed while we've been members of the European Union. It seems to me that heads of state and presidents from all countries all over the world are only too happy to come and visit. And I have to say, although as a loyal member of these benches, I thought the point about Germany's trade with China was well made. And I think what surprises me about this constant reference to free trade treaties is when it does come to negotiating a free trade treaty, and I do hope we are able to negotiate free trade treaties in a matter of days of leaving the European Union, it strikes me as not being aware of what happens in the real world to think that our farmers, for example, who I think are the best example, will simply sign up without a murmur to free trade treaties with countries like the United States who have very different welfare standards to ours. And while I absolutely understand the arguments of people who support free trade, for example, with developing nations, that we should open our markets to developing nations and perhaps support our farmers in different ways, I think our farmers would have severe concerns, and we also have to wonder whether some developing nations have the same welfare standards as us. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Can I first of all say that I entirely agree and support him on the first point he made. And on the second point he made, will he agree with me that there are many people in this House who, whilst wishing the very best for all this, worry that these sort of deals, these sort of transactions, are in fact going to take a very long time to fulfil, particularly in the case of the farmers, and there is therefore this great danger of limbo land.
Well, that does worry me, and I thank my honourable friend for making that point. And I just, this is obviously a Ramon. I know it's a Ramon. I'm a Remainer, and I'm just getting things off my chest. It's probably not very constructive, but it just does strike me as bizarre that we have given up extraordinary influence over a market of 500 million people to sail off to negotiate free trade deals which will not be without their controversy. But I see a former trade minister who is going to correct me.
I wouldn't dream of correcting my honourable friend, but I would ask him whether he was concerned when we appear to be going to stay in the EU about the terms of TTIP and what that would have done to British farmers, or the trade agreement with the Canadians, which we've today voted to take note of. Was he concerned about that, or is he only concerned when it sort of feeds his remaining Ramon tendencies? I appreciate he's a Ramoner in...
It didn't accept the argument about TTIP that it was going to undermine our national health service, and I didn't receive any representations from my farmers about the impact of TTIP on their proposals. I was concerned about the French putting in cultural protections, which did concern me. But I felt that we were getting close to a free trade agreement thanks to the negotiating power of the European Union. I give way to my honourable friend.
Very grateful. Further to the intervention of my right honourable friend, I wonder, therefore, if the logical extension of the right honourable gentleman's argument is that we should withdraw from the World Trade Organization. Is it, for example, fair that the textile workers of Leicester were exposed through our WTO membership to the textiles industry in China, which has largely meant a transfer of that industry to that country?
My argument is simply that it's going to be very difficult to negotiate the free trade agreements that are talked about, and it's a very unconstructive and unhelpful argument because it doesn't take us very far for me to put that argument. And as I said, it's really more therapy on my part because I feel so frustrated. And part of the reason I feel so frustrated, if I could just make this point quickly, is I suppose what I'm really saying is the whole tone of the debate, obviously, since the referendum has been so awful and unpleasant, and the forgetting that 48% of the country voted to stay in the European Union, and the inability to build a consensus about the way forward. The Remain part of this House, and indeed the country, has by and large accepted that this is a clear and decisive referendum result which is going to take us out of the European Union. We want to work extremely constructively to make that happen, despite my earlier remarks, and really what we're urging from all sides is a realistic assessment of how difficult this is going to be so that we can work together in the national interests. I want to give way to my honourable friend in a minute, but I think I should give way over on the benches to the opposite benches briefly, because I haven't taken...
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's been very generous with his time, and I absolutely agree with his point about trying to reach an area of consensus for the whole country's sake. is he concerned, as I am, about international trade and the issue of protectionism of other countries, as my constituent has experienced with Nigeria, with their change in leadership in Nigeria, where they wrote a list of imports that they were no longer going to accept on a whim, which cut off all existing trade with UK companies, including one in my constituency that was exporting to Nigeria, and the dangers that presents to us as a country going forward.
Well, I agree with the Honourable Lady that that particular example just reinforces my belief that these free trade deals are not going to be as easy to negotiate as possible. I suppose what I'm really saying is that there is a great deal of anxiety, particularly on the people who voted to remain, and as seen by my constituents who I referred to earlier, particularly those who come from other European countries, who want a sense that there is a realisation that we're not going to wave a magic wand and this is going to be hard-pounding, where I will stand foursquare with the government that I support in ensuring that we can get the best deal possible. I give way to one of the great experts on the implications of leave.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. I just want to cheer him up a little bit. I would like to apologise to him because it might be that I inadvertently failed to invite him to meet Legatum Institute Special Trade Commissioners who visited Parliament on Monday. The Mexican Trade Commissioner, who was one of the original NAFTA negotiators, explained to us that there is a danger that NAFTA might need a major renegotiation under President Trump. And they were talking about the need to get the substance right and then get it through three parliaments. It sounded like it was going to take a terribly long time, but they think it could be concluded by October 2018. So I just say to him, the experience of actual trade negotiators who have negotiated these agreements is that these things can be done fast.
Well, first of all, I'm going to visit my honourable friend's constituency in April, so we can discuss this at length as I turn his leave association into a Remain association. And I should say as well that I know the Legatum Institute well because the chap who has become flavour of the month because of his knowledge of trade deals, Shankar Singham, was at school with me, which automatically makes him a dangerous member of the liberal metropolitan elite. So it's important that we are aware that one of the great Brexiteers champions is a member of the dangerous liberal metropolitan elite, talking of which, my very old friend and former BBC presenter, I'd like to take an intervention from him.
Mr Deputy Speaker, would the right honourable gentleman agree with me that there's a danger we will be caught between a rock and a hard place if our farmers, for example, lower their standards to compete with American imports in a free trade? There's a danger that the standards are then too low for the foodstuffs to be admitted to the European Union. It's a difficult place to be.
This is just one of the many factors we must take into account, but I've really indulged the patience of the House with my wisecracks, and I want to talk about the main issue, which is actually very, very serious, which I do want to address because it directly affects my constituency, and this is the withdrawal from Euratom. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Henley, who's no longer in his place but intervened earlier, is the member responsible for the Cullum Centre for Fusion Energy, and this is where the main research into nuclear fusion, which is the holy grail of sustainable energy, is taking place. And in fact, in 2014, we signed an almost €300 million contract to run what is known as the Joint European Torus on that site until 2018, and we're now negotiating to take that programme forward. And that Joint European Torus, based in Oxfordshire, accounts for a quarter of the European fusion programme budget. And of course, there is other money, not just coming from the Joint European Torus. For example, the ITER project, the Global Fusion Project, which is going to take place in France, still provides financial support for British projects. For example, £40 million euros worth of remote handling equipment awarded to the UK AEA based in Oxfordshire as part of a wider consortium. Coming out of Euratom presents a series of difficult issues for us, a requirement to conclude a new bilateral cooperation agreements with the United States and approximately 20 other countries to maintain our access to intellectual property and nuclear technologies, removing the requirement for the UK to comply with Euratom's safety regimes, which would prevent other countries collaborating with us, and further potential delays and cost increases to the nuclear new build programme, which I know my honourable friend may speak about shortly. Now, I want to say that although I am extremely unhappy that this bill takes us out of Euratom, and I was also unhappy with the way that there was no warning for me, but I must say that I'm extremely grateful to ministers, some of whom are sitting on the front bench during this debate, for the way that they have reacted to this issue. I've been able to have discussions with ministers from both the Brexit Department and the Department for Business. I'm extremely grateful to the Science Minister, who has spoken, personally met with the Chief Executive from Cullum, and indeed to the Secretary of State for BEIS, who has also spoken to the Chief Executive. I'm also delighted that the Honourable Member for Hereford, the Energy Minister, is also due to visit and meet with Cullum, and that every effort is being made, I think, to ensure that at an all-staff meeting tomorrow, proper reassurances are given. I understand, although some people dispute, I give way to the Honourable Gentleman because he's been trying to get in for a while.
Honourable Gentleman, forgive me, just on that point, not the point I was going to raise, but does he feel that all these conversations he's had are equal to the 300 million European subsidy to Oxfordshire?
Well, as far as I understand it, that subsidy is not going away, and certainly the Science Minister, very early on after the referendum, guaranteed science funding up to 2020, and I'm sure that going forward we will find some way to be a member of Euratom and to benefit, because British scientists and indeed European scientists working in Cullum are absolutely vital to this project. I give way to my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend for giving way. It's welcome to hear that ministers have been so heavily engaged with him following the concerns he raised in the second reading debate on this matter. But does he agree that Euratom is so closely linked with the whole European Union it would be difficult for the United Kingdom to continue to be a member of Euratom while leaving the European Union?
Well, if my honourable friend will forgive me, I'll answer by saying that I agree that is the government's position. And I also agree, I understand that if the government feels that there is any doubt at all that could expose this bill to further legal challenge, they should act to minimise that challenge. And what I would also say, which was implied in my honourable friend's remarks, is that I will reiterate again that I cannot fault ministers for their response since I raised this issue in second reading in terms of engaging personally with me and also engaging with Cullum. And it is, again, I don't know whether I'm walking into a point of order quagmire, but I do hope that ministers will, as soon as they are able to, publish a document that would take us forward and explain the strategy for taking forward Euratom. But the key point to get across is that there is no attempt by this government to walk away from Euratom because somehow there is a disagreement with the principle of Euratom's existence or the work that Euratom does. This is although it sounds rather trite when one is talking about people's futures, this is a technical withdrawal, if you like, and I have been incredibly impressed by, we'll give away in a minute, incredibly impressed by the energy of ministers in engaging with this issue. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I've had a constituent who's an employee of the National Nuclear Laboratory get in touch with me because he's so concerned that an exit from Euratom would impair his ability to collaborate with leading scientists and engineers across Europe, and that would be to the detriment of science and technology in this country. Does the Honourable Member agree with that point?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes exactly the point about why people are concerned, but as I hope I've made clear over the last few minutes, it is also clear to me that ministers are providing, I'm full of terrible puns here, putting in a great deal of energy to ensuring that our technical withdrawal from Euratom, the implications are minimised, and that we can restore in de facto our membership of Euratom in the coming months. So I give way to the Honourable.
The member is making a very considered speech, as I would have expected, but has he considered the possibility that if this bill passes unamended, then his position and point of influence will pass with it? And it may have been rather better to have something in writing in the bill, as opposed to accepting all these warm words, cups of tea and assurances.
I hear what the right honourable gentleman says, but having known having known the Secretary of State for Biz for many, many years and shared many a warm cup of tea with him, I can assure him that I accept his warm words, and I fully expect him to be in his post for a number of years in order to take forward this. I give way to my honourable friend.
Very grateful. I wonder if my right honourable friend has considered the alternative situation, which is, or if he is at all concerned about Euratom. Given that in the last funding round, Euratom had to fight very hard to try and maintain its funding, a position it's unlikely to be able to maintain into the future, and the fact the largest single contributor to Horizon 2020, the Germans, have taken the decision to phase out civil nuclear programme altogether, is he not concerned that over the next couple of decades, continued membership of Euratom might expose us to diminishing research funding, rather than giving us the opportunity to partner bilaterally with other countries, as we do already, India, South Korea, and therefore expose ourselves to a wider pool of research?
My honourable friend makes an interesting point, and in fact, in answering you, I may slightly contradict my earlier rant, because although I have very significant concerns that our exit from the European Union will could potentially damage British science because collaboration is so close, I have to say as well that some of the scientists in my constituency have pointed out that there is a danger that we become too, as it were, inward-looking in terms of only seeking European scientific collaboration. And whatever one thinks of other issues, China is certainly becoming a much more important player in terms of scientific research. So there may be a silver lining to the withdrawal from Euratom, and he's quite right to point out as well that securing funding for nuclear fusion is no easy task, because in some respects nuclear fusion is always the gold at the end of the rainbow. Nevertheless, it is extremely important research, and I 100% support it, not just in general but also in the impact on my constituency. Mr Howarth, I've taken so long that Mrs Lang has turned into Mr Howarth, and having made a gentle jibe earlier at the honourable and learned lady from the Scottish National Party, I see that I've taken up an inordinate amount of time of the House, so I will sit down, but I simply reiterate that I stand foursquare behind EU citizens living in our country. Please don't keep banging on about how easy free trade's going to be, and please secure as far as possible our nuclear relationships.
Order, order. I have now to announce the results of today's 7 deferred divisions. Bear with me. In respect of the question relating to trade unions and education, the ayes were 327 and the noes were 264, so the ayes have it. In respect of the question relating to trade unions and transport, the ayes were 328, the noes were 3263, so the ayes have it. In respect of the question related to trade unions and health, the ayes were 323, the noes were 263, so the ayes have it. In respect of the question relating to trade unions and border security, the ayes were 323, the noes were 263, so the ayes have it. In respect of the question relating to trade unions and fire, the ayes were 323, the noes were 262, so the ayes have it. In respect of the question relating to trade union political funds, the ayes were 322, the noes were 254, so the ayes have it. And finally, in respect of the question relating to the comprehensive economic trade agreement between the EU and Canada, the ayes were 409, the noes were 126, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Mike Gapes.
Thank you, Mr Howard. It is indeed a great pleasure to speak with you in the chair. I don't want to go on too long, but I do point out that I have 9 amendments in my name which are listed and selected today. I'm not going to speak to all of them, but just to say I agree very strongly with what the Honourable Member for Wantage said, of the concerns he expressed about the implications of leaving Euratom. One of the amendments that I have is relating to that issue, which is Amendment 31.
he also talked about the implications of the decisions to leave the European Union for British citizens overseas. I have to declare an interest. I'm the president, the honorary president of Labour International, which represents the interests of Labour Party members who live in other countries, many of whom were able to vote in the referendum, but those living in the European Union longer than 15 years, even though many of them still had very close connections to this country, did not have a vote in the referendum.
Disgraceful.
And it was a disgrace, and, but we are not, unfortunately, dealing with that issue in this debate, but I wish to place on the record the concerns, the messages that I have been sent by people living in other EU countries who remain very worried about their access to health care, their access to educational services, their access to support within the communities where they live, whether it is in Spain, in France, in Bulgaria, in Greece, or many other places. And the fact is, this issue should have been resolved already, but the government has chosen to use them, in their own words, as a bargaining chip. Yeah. And frankly, that is unacceptable. Yeah. I have, yes, I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend on the Foreign Affairs Select Committee.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. But does he not also accept, and I myself have raised this issue of the importance of perhaps unilaterally guaranteeing the rights of EU citizens living here. But does not the Prime Minister, I've had assurances from the Prime Minister this is going to be top of her list when it comes to the negotiations, but does he not also accept in good faith the fact that this issue could be very easily resolved if the EU itself actually reciprocated our intention of actually guaranteeing those rights? And this issue could be put aside very quickly if they could guarantee the rights of British citizens living in the EU.
The honourable member has been around long enough to know that the negotiation will start after the triggering of Article 50, and the reality is that the British government could have provided reassurance to British families in this country. No, I'll give way in a moment. The families in this country, perhaps with one British parent, one French parent, with children born in this country, uncertain about the long-term futures because one of the members of the family retained the citizenship, the nationality of another EU country. That, frankly, should be resolved in interest of those families in this country today and not delayed until a negotiation. And in our own interests as a country of value, a country of high morals, a country that does justice and fairness by our people, we should do so. I need to make progress because I know I need to make progress because I wish to make some progress. I wish to make
order. I think the honourable gentleman is indicating, certainly at this stage, that he doesn't intend to give way, and I don't think it's conducive to the good order of the business of this committee that people keep pressing. I'm sure at some point he might signal if he wants to give way. Mike Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Health. I was referring to my 9 amendments. 2 of them are minor and drafting amendments, but one does, of course, say that we should notify by the 31st of March 2017. I was surprised that there was no date in this bill, given that the commitment by the Prime Minister was to trigger by the 31st of March. And I would have thought that everyone on the government benches should be prepared to support for such an amendment, given that it is entirely in line with what the Prime Minister herself has said. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to be acceptable to have this in the bill. I don't know why. Perhaps a Minister could explain later on. There is also the question of the Euratom amendment, which I referred to, and an amendment number 30, which refers to the European Defence Agency. Defence cooperation within the European Union is vital. There is a large number of major defence projects which have a components arrangement whereby Parts come from one country, are assembled in another, and there is a collaborative arrangement. We know about this for many, many years, and frankly, the British defence industry alone is unable to compete without being involved internationally. Some companies, in fact, have gone offshore in a sense. They have moved across the Atlantic. And other companies are joint collaborative arrangements in this country. Thales, originally a French company, is very much a British defence manufacturer now. Yeah. And on the other side, we know that there are many, many reasons why, if we are to be competitive as a defence industry, providing the jobs for tens of thousands of highly skilled people in this country, we have got to make sure we keep that defence industrial base. And that will only be possible by joint collaboration. Otherwise, European manufacturers will be swept aside from the United States or from other parts of the world. We've seen that already with the way in which industries we have shifted to Asia. Anybody who wants to see the whole manufacturing process of a motor vehicle has to go to South Korea, where they have the pressing of the steel, they have the paint shops, the kinds of, and the engine plants, and the fitting out of the vehicles. When I was a young man in the 1960s, I went on a school visit to Ford's at Dagenham. I was struck by the noise and the smell of paint. I was 17 years old. I had never been in a place like it. And at that point, I realised that making cars was a very large, massive, complex process. The only time I saw a place like that subsequently was when I went to Hyundai Motors in Korea, where I saw the sheets of steel to be pressed. Because when I've been to Dagenham's Ford plant more recently, because it's not far from my constituency, all I could see was men in white coats walking around, adjusting things on a complex process with lots of robots and diesel engines. That is the contrast. And this is something that we need to think about for the future. If we leave, when we leave the European Union, we have to make sure that our manufacturing industry, and within that the defence sector, is maintained and strengthened. Yes, briefly, I'm not going to take too many interventions because I'm conscious that other people wish to speak, but I will take the...
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and he's making an interesting point. But would he also accept that our membership of the EU has seen the transfer of industries and factories from the UK to Eastern Europe and to other parts of the EU, not least Cadbury's, who transferred manufacturing to other parts of the Union out of the UK?
Member will find that globalisation and the expansion of the wealth of the world, led by regional trading blocs like the European Union, has led to a significant change in the types of industries that are located in particular countries. Hundreds of millions of people have been taken out of poverty because of the industrialisation process in China. And the same thing is happening in Vietnam, in the Philippines, in India. Globalisation is affecting everyone. He refers to Eastern Europe. Yes, the days when the polluting Trabi cars were made in the GDR, and the days when Skoda vehicles were regarded as a joke have gone, because there is now high-quality manufacturing in many countries throughout Europe, but those companies often have integrated supply chains, which is why Fords at Dagenham make diesel engines for cars which are also manufactured in Belgium and Spain and other European countries. This is the nature of modern capitalism. It is the nature of the global world that we live in. And the danger of us leaving the EU is that we may actually make those industries in this country less successful than they would otherwise be, and put tens of thousands of jobs at risk. I'll give way one more time to the honourable member, then I have to make some progress.
My honourable friend's being very generous. I have some good news for him. Courtesy of us leaving the EU, sterling has fallen, and manufacturing in this country is having a field day, as you can see from the export orders and indeed the factory output orders. Does he agree it's been a boom to manufacturing industry, particularly in the north? Yes.
Sterling has indeed fallen. As a result, foreign holidays are more expensive, Marmite is more expensive, chocolate bars are getting smaller. There are all kinds of consequences coming through. Yes, I'm going to make some progress. I referred to my 9 amendments. Number 34 relates to the common foreign and security policy. And I have to say, the European Union does not do enough on defence. It needs to do far more, particularly given, as President Donald Tusk pointed out, the dangers that come from outside the EU, a combination of the threats from Daesh terrorism, threats from Russia and its territorial grabs in Eastern Europe, and also the uncertainties from the other President Donald Trump, and what might happen to the future of NATO. We all need to recognise that Britain, with France, is the backbone of the European pillar of NATO. And the cooperation on common foreign security and defence policy, which we have established so far, needs to be sustained whether or not we are in the European Union. And it will be very foolish if in leaving the EU we weaken the defence cooperation arrangements that date back to the Saint-Malo Agreement with France, or the cooperation that we have, which is limited but nevertheless important, on common peacekeeping missions and security and policing missions with our European Union partners. I believe that is something where we make a big contribution, and some people have said, well, it could be used as an asset in the bargaining process. I think that's the wrong approach, because regardless of what happens to agriculture, regardless of what happens on financial contributions, it is in our national defence and security interests to have excellent relations with our French neighbours, our Dutch neighbours, our German neighbours on the defence and security of this country. If we did the opposite, we would be cutting off our nose to spite our face, and that is not very sensible. I give way to my friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech. But would he not agree that, in fact, we should go further? Now that we're leaving the federal project, actually the opportunity for us is to create a confederal project where we strengthen cooperation on defence, where we strengthen cooperation on social rights, where we strengthen cooperation on science, on international development, on climate change. The Prime Minister says that we may be leaving the EU, but we're not leaving Europe. Well, let's see the plan for strengthening our relationships across a host of areas of work across the continent.
I think my honourable friend makes a very, very good point. I hope he gets a chance to enlarge on that when he makes his own contribution. I also have before the House a number of other amendments, and 2 of them I wish to highlight in particular, and the honourable member for the Scottish National Party, the member for Edinburgh South West, referred to my Amendment 29 earlier. And I also have Amendment 35. They both refer to Gibraltar. Anybody who has seen, as I have, the attempts occasionally by the authorities in Madrid to cause trouble in Gibraltar will know that at a few moments' notice, suddenly the border between Gibraltar and Spain has got hundreds of vehicles, dozens of people queuing to go in. As the special police sent down from Madrid impose a rigorous check on everyone going in. Yeah. A few hours later, there is no queue, and then it can come back again. Between 10 and 14,000 people living in southern Spain, in Andalusia, each day go across that border to work in Gibraltar. Gibraltar has about 32,000 people, as far as I understand. Many of those are children. But of the population of Gibraltar as a whole, there is an economic base now in Gibraltar which cannot be sustained simply by employing residents of Gibraltar. That's right. They also don't have enough land to house the number of workers that they need. So they are dependent on 10,000 or more daily workers going across to work in Gibraltar. It's about 40% of the total workforce within the Gibraltar economy. I give way to the Honourable Member.
For Ilford South. You bring a very powerful point about Gibraltar, and that point I understand. I just want to take it back to the words of the member for Wantage, who spoke just before him, who said he was afraid that an amendment would mess up the bill. I fail to see what would add the addition and clause 1, page 1, line 3. At the end insert, after consultation with the Government of Gibraltar, how it could possibly mess up the bill. This is a sensible amendment. The whole House should be supporting, and Gibraltar would see that from this House.
I've written this down. The Honourable Member must be a mind reader, because I was actually going to come on to that point. The Government, when they proposed their referendum bill in 2015, after the general election, did not initially have a wording that relates to Gibraltar. That only came in because of the strenuous efforts of a number of Conservative backbenchers, including my neighbour, the member for Romford, who is very active in the British Overseas Territories All-Party Parliamentary Group, and other Conservative and Labour MPs and other party MPs who were concerned that Gibraltar had to be referred to in the bill, and that Gibraltar's citizens, even though they are not part of the United Kingdom but are part of the European Union and have votes in the European Parliament elections, should also have a vote in the referendum. It is therefore strange, isn't it, that although the bill to set up the referendum, which has triggered this process for leaving the European Union, mentions explicitly Gibraltar, the rights of Gibraltarians, votes for Gibraltarians, there is no reference in the bill to trigger Article 50 to Gibraltar at all, whatsoever. I understand that after the referendum, a day after the referendum, in June 24, 2015, the then Foreign Minister of Spain, who was fortunately no longer Foreign Minister at this moment, and things I understand are a little bit smoother as a result, made some very inflammatory remarks about how Spain would have Gibraltar because of the referendum result. Now, as the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West said, the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, Fabian Picardo, when he spoke before the committee that was looking at this issue, the Brexit committee, I think, on the 25th of January, made absolutely clear that Gibraltar had not just voted overwhelmingly to remain, but it had also voted by an even bigger margin, I think by 98% as opposed to 93%, to be British. And in terms of the self-determination of the people of Gibraltar, who come culturally from people who have Spanish, Italian, Moroccan, Genoese and British blood and many other roots, They were British, they are British, they will be British, they will remain British. That is not in question. But as I said earlier, the day-to-day relationship between Gibraltar and Spain can, at the whim of some official or some politician in Madrid, be made difficult. And the people who suffer most from this are the people in the trade unions and the workers in Andalusia region who are working in Gibraltar. I've met them here in the House of Commons. Interestingly, the socialist-led local authorities in the south of Spain, they want excellent relations between Andalusia and Gibraltar. But while we are in the EU, our government can ensure that no silly things, no funny business can go on as regards what might come out of some draft document produced somewhere relating to waters or environmental issues or maybe flights and trade matters. As soon as we leave the EU, we no longer have the ability to argue that case and block it if a particular government in Madrid decides to up the ante to make life more difficult. So because of the importance of this issue, it is surely necessary that the people of Gibraltar are, through their elected government of Gibraltar, aware of these matters as we leave the EU, and therefore surely to be consistent with what the bill said when we voted in this House to have a referendum, Gibraltar should also be mentioned on the face of the bill. And that is why I will be pressing for Amendment 29 to be put to a vote.
Excellent.
And I hope that members on all sides, particularly those who have an interest in British overseas territories and who believe strongly and firmly that Gibraltar should remain British, will consult their consciences and their own voting history and beliefs and support such an amendment. And finally, I just say... Yes, finally, I want to just say it is unfortunate that there are so many members wishing to speak and so little time for them. This whole process has been a disgrace. And the 3 days set aside for the committee stage is an absolute disgrace. There has clearly been a complicity and a collusion, a stitch-up, as my honourable friend says, which John Smith certainly did not agree to. When I first came into this House in 1992, I had many, many happy hours and late nights debating the Maastricht Treaty. And I can recall, because some of the faces on the other side are still there, taking interventions from 7 or 8 members on the other side who are late at night on that bill. On that bill, we had 5, 6, 7 times as much in committee, as 8 times as much, my friend says, than we are having today.
Would you give way?
And I will give way. And then
does that not make it even more important that the House of Lords takes its time to consider everything that we have not been able to discuss here, and indeed much of what we have?
I don't wish to give advice to the other place. You can get into trouble if you do that. But I would simply say it is fortunate for democracy and accountability that there is an opportunity for the other place to give more considered time to these matters, and they are not subjected to programme motions in the same way that we are. I therefore, Mr Howarth, get back to the point of this debate. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on these amendments. I will be supporting New Clause 2 and a number of other amendments, but particularly Amendment 29.
Malthouse.
Mr Howarth, I'm grateful. A great pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Ilford South, but in particular to hear the intervention from the Right Honourable Gentleman for Hodge Hill, William Hodge Hill. That's the spirit. That's more of what we want to see and what will come in the future. First, Mr Howarth, can I offer my apologies through you to the previous incumbent of the chair for having the temerity to challenge at the opening of the debate. We've seen the infallibility of the chair in this House on display over the last 3 or 4 days, and I was mistaken to think that I should join the chorus of doubt about the decisions of the chair. I've listened very carefully to the debate over the last 2.5 days, both within the chamber and sitting in my office watching the television. And sadly, what I've heard broadly is a 3-day ululation by those who voted to remain about what is to come. And we seem to have lost track of the sight that, as far as I can see, we're trying to make the law in this chamber rather than debate the merits or otherwise of the decision that was taken by the people on the 23rd of June. And that seems to have resulted in some very poor drafting of amendments, the huge number of amendments that have been put down to this very simple bill. And I wanted, Mr Howarth, just to expand upon my point of order earlier, just to explain why I can't support the vast majority of them. First of all, in the amendments put down, can I just start, please? In the amendments put down in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and various other members of the Labour Party, also Nottingham, I think, somewhere in Nottingham. Sorry, Mr. They've become a large shopping list of things that they would like the Prime Minister to take into account. And there are some omissions there, which other honourable members have included, but there are 1 or 2, for instance, that they've missed as well. For instance, they seem to have forgotten to compel the Prime Minister to breathe or keep her eyes open. When you add up the list of demands of the things that the Prime Minister has to take into account during her negotiations and discussions with our European friends, her scope is becoming extremely limited if we were to pass any of these amendments. And my main opposition to them is their vagueness. If you take, for instance, the primary clause that we're debating here today, NC2, there are lots of things in this clause which gave me reason for thought. So, for instance, when it says the Prime Minister shall give an undertaking to whom? Is it to her husband? Is it to the House? Very imprecise. Well, that would have been nice to see in the debate. It also doesn't say, just a moment, it doesn't say in what form that undertaking should be. On the back of an envelope, we're writing legislation in this House, and it is incumbent upon us to be precise. The reason that I raised the point of order about these amendments being vague and therefore out of order is because that's exactly what they are. By all means.
The point of order, the honourable member previously made a point of order that these amendments were out of order and was ruled out of order, and now he's speaking about this previous point of order, how it is in order, so I suggest he is out of order.
Order. The honourable member's point of order, although very entertaining, was not a point of order.
Get back in order.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Mr Howarth. Well, to be honest with you, the previous incumbent of the chair corrected me and said that the point of order that I was raising was actually a matter for debate in the chamber, not a point of order. And that is therefore exactly what I am attempting to do. So we don't know, but go on.
He said that he couldn't support the vast majority of amendments. Therefore, he presumably, by his own words, can support some of them. Could he support Amendment 29, I think a Labour primarily led amendment, one that's supported by the SNP, and after consultation with the Government of Gibraltar? Quite simple. Will he stand with the people of Gibraltar or will he not?
He's quite right. I did say the vast majority. I should have said, until I've managed to read them all, I have to confess that even my enormous stamina started to wane at whatever it was, 1 in the morning, as I was 2/3 of the way through. I haven't had a look at them all, I have to confess, which is why I'm sitting here listening, and I'll have to mull over that decision over the next few hours. So we don't know what the form of the undertaking is, we don't know to whom it's to be made, and critically, of course, we don't know what the sanction is. If the Prime Minister says, do you know what, no, what do we do? Are we to send her to the Tower? Is she not to participate in the elections? It makes a by all means.
My reading of the new clause is that the sanction is that until she's given the undertaking, she can't proceed in giving notice under Article 50, which I suspect is the intention of those tabling the new clause. These new clauses are just festooned with mechanisms for her not giving notice under Article 50, which is the entire purpose of the bill.
Yeah, well, exactly. The Right Honourable Gentleman is, I think, being quite generous. In my view, as far as I can see, the huge number of amendments is designed purely to waste time and delay and to give political signals rather than try and achieve anything. I mean, the Honourable Member for Ilford South complained about the programme motion. If the opponents of this bill, or those who wish to amend it, had actually collaborated, focused on 3 or 4 critical things that they wanted to see change in the bill, then they might have made some progress instead of throwing a lot of flack in the air and causing the problems that they have. Yes, please.
To my honourable friend for giving way, he's making a lot of extremely good points. But isn't vagueness the virtue in this case, so far as the draft of these amendments are concerned, since it would turn a simple one-page bill into an absolute monster that will be subject to a lawyer's beam feast and will be judiciable at every turn, thus kicking this into the long grass.
Yes. Well, I agree with the Honourable, although the word I would use is simplicity. With simplicity becomes clarity, and what we need the Prime Minister to have is clarity as she goes into these negotiations about the motivations of this House and the support that this House has for her. The other reason that I object to this clause is that it abrogates the Prime Minister decisions which will rightly become the decision of this House in the future. So subsection D of the clause says that she should have regard to maintaining all existing social, economic, consumer and workers' rights. Apart from the fact I'm not sure what my social or economic rights are. They're undefined as part of this bill. Those presumably will become decisions of this House in future. If there are to be any changes to those rights as undefined and as they are, then that will have to be the subject of primary legislation in this House. Now, you can't... Oh, go on then.
I do wish that before he makes his points he would inform himself, because we already know from the White Paper that the government has said that plenty of this legislation will be able to be reformed in secondary legislation. In other words, we won't have parliamentary scrutiny for it. And he might not care about his own rights, his economic rights, his social rights and his environmental rights, but we on this side have constituents who do care, and we're trying to do our job properly. It's a pity he's not.
Well, I'm sure the Honourable Lady didn't mean to be rude, but of course if she knew... Perhaps she did. And I admit I'm a relative newcomer to this House, as she is, but as I understand it, even secondary legislation can be forced onto debate on the floor of this House by the opposition parties. They can put down motions, we can have backbench debates, there can be all sorts of scrutiny about secondary legislation. And in fact, there are ways that the opposition can strike down secondary legislation once it's laid before the House if it wishes to do so. So it's not that we are without powers in this situation, yes.
Just to help my honourable friend, and particularly to help the honourable lady, it's very clear in the White Paper, which is an undertaking that the Prime Minister has already given to the House, that any significant policy changes will be underpinned by primary legislation, which means the House can have a full opportunity to debate them. And it's quite clear that secondary legislation under the Great Repeal Bill is only going to be used to address deficiencies in the preserved law, which will relate to the fact that we won't, for example, be able to use EU institutions. I think that's very clear and preserves the rights and privileges of this House to protect our constituents.
Quite right. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. And then if I could move on to new clause 77. Whereas, by all means.
Is he not puzzled why members like Member Brighton and others now want to be able to vote on and control legislation, over whole swathes of which, for the last 40 years, they have been content having no vote? No vote before the negotiations, no vote during the negotiations, no vote at the end of the negotiations, and no power, even if every member of this House voted against an EU regulation, to destroy it.
My right honourable friend neatly points out the fundamental paradox that sits at the base of all Remainer arguments. Just moving on to new clause 77, where I think we've reached effectively what I would call peak nonsense. Just in a moment. Peak nonsense. New clause 77, in the name of the right honourable member for Nottingham East, says that the Prime Minister should, in negotiating a conclusion agreement in accordance with Article 52 of the Treaty of the Union, Ministers of the Crown must have regard to the desirability of retaining full participation in the making of all rules affecting trade in goods and services in the European Union. That effectively means remaining members of the Commission, members of the Parliament and members of the Council of Ministers, who are otherwise not leaving the EU. This is, as I say, as far as I could see, peak nonsense. Yet again, bad legislation and bad law. If I could point out new clause 179, Mr. Howarth. Yes, by all means.
He should maybe just take another little look at the new clause 77, but it actually is making the point about the need for the UK to retain its role around the table as a rule maker in our tariff arrangements to do with trade. There are some serious issues to do with our position in the customs union and so forth. I was suggesting that Britain should retain its role around the table. Does he disagree?
No, that's not what it says. I mean, if the honourable member reads the member's explanatory statement to his amendment, it says this new clause would require HM government to negotiate to continue the UK's participation on agreeing all rules affecting trade in goods and services in the European Union. Now, my understanding is that those rules are made by the Commission, agreed by the Council of Ministers and the Parliament, so we don't have to stay around all those tables. Yes?
I was wondering whether my right honourable friend could explain to me whether Act of Parliament, should we pass this new clause, whether that Act of Parliament would therefore be binding on the other 27 members, who would therefore, because we willed it, be forced to accept our presence at their table despite having left all the organisations that we've left. Does he think that it is in any way enforceable and therefore isn't it slightly fallacious even to debate it?
Well, like all of these amendments, he quite rightly points out that even if it doesn't happen, there's nothing to be done. There is no sanction, a shrug of the shoulders. We'd have to turn our back and ask the member for Nottingham East what we're supposed to do next if we're not allowed to, we can't manage to comply with his amendment. It really is nonsense. I know the honourable member, the right honourable member, has ambitions within his party, but if he's going to produce stuff like that, he's going to have to do a little bit better. Again, new clause 1, protecting current levels of funding. In negotiating and concluding an agreement in accordance with Article 52 of the Treaty of the European Union, Ministers of the Crown desirability of protecting current funding from the European Union. Funding to whom? Which funding? All funding? The funding that we send? The funding that comes back? Defence funding to us or funding to other countries? The vagueness of these things is extraordinary. Again, new clause 183. Membership of the single market, including EU-wide reform. Subsection A. Secure reforms of provisions governing free movement of persons between EU member states in such a way as to allow for greater controls over movement of people to member states and enable the... It's all very vague. Maintain the highest possible level of integration with the European single market. What does that mean? What is the highest possible level of integration? Perhaps it means membership.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend giving way. I think he's being a little uncharitable. I think he seems to be assuming that these are without purpose, but as our honourable friend recently pointed out, they have a very definite purpose. Were they to be passed, it would be impossible for the government to proceed with Article 50. It would be in the courts for certainly years, possibly decades, and maybe even centuries. It's a very conscious policy that's being followed here, of great intelligence. He's underestimating the ingenuity of the opposition.
My right honourable friend may well be right. Perhaps I'm
Whilst the honourable gentleman is perfectly entitled to debate the quality or otherwise of any amendments or new clauses, I think he needs to acknowledge that the Chair has deemed all of them to be within scope. So whatever the purpose or otherwise behind them, they are within the scope of the bill.
Well, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Howarth, for that direction, but the previous incumbent of your chair said to me that that was a matter for debate on the floor of this House, and that we were allowed to debate the merit.
And that's exactly what I've just said.
But anyway, I've come to the end of my peroration on that particular point. I have a couple of other points. The point is, quite a lot of these amendments are basically unenforceable, nonsensical, and cannot be supported. I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate and see if there are any substantive ones in this potpourri that's been thrown up in the air, as the right honourable gentleman says, to try and fog the issue or indeed create legal difficulties in the future. But for the moment, I'm afraid I'm not able to support the vast majority of them, albeit I haven't read every single one yet. Two other points I wanted to make. First of all, no, I'm going to move on. Two other points I wanted to make. First of all, just to reiterate what I said earlier about Euratom and the nuclear industry. The nuclear industry is, of course, incredibly important, not just to the United Kingdom, but to the rest of the world. The UK is a serious nuclear power. There is serious, deep research going on here into the future of nuclear fission and fusion. But we have to recognise that things are changing in the EU landscape around nuclear research, and be aware of those decisions and take them into account when we consider our future association with Euratom. There is now only one serious nuclear power in the EU, which is France. Germany has taken the decision to withdraw completely from the civil nuclear programme. Belgium is the only other country with a significant number of reactors, but the French, with 58 reactors, are the only country really putting effort into nuclear research. And of course, we are fortunate in this country in having a bilateral nuclear collaboration agreement with France.
I would ask the honourable member to think again about his comment. Sheffield is the heart of research into nuclear technology in this country at the AMRC, so I think he ought to think again about that statement.
I'm not quite sure what the honourable lady thinks I said, but I said there were broadly two serious nuclear powers in the EU at the moment, the UK and France. And we are fortunate in having a bilateral agreement signed in 2010 with the French to deepen and widen our collaboration on nuclear research. And our exit from Euratom, which looks like it's going to happen, will not affect that at all. Those bilateral relations and that research will continue. And in particular, our participation in the Jules Horowitz reactor project in southern France can continue, not least because there are a number of non-EU members in that fantastic materials testing programme at the moment. Yes.
Will he share my concern? Actually, I think the threat to our nuclear industry in the UK is not this bill. It's actually the fact that the Leader of the Opposition wants to shut down the nuclear industry in this country, including, of course, Sellafield.
A very good point, which will no doubt be taken into account by the good voters of Copeland in the next couple of weeks. Yes, please.
I'm glad you mentioned the good voters of Copeland, because they'll be looking at after the nuclear workers whose pensions are under threat by his government. But on the issue of Euratom, that agreement he talks about between France and Britain comes under the umbrella of this agency, and the people who know, the academics and the industry, are lobbying us to maintain that link.
I'm sure that the honourable gentleman is right legally. It may well be for administrative purposes, but my understanding is it's an intergovernmental treaty between the two countries and won't necessarily be affected. But of course, we also have bilateral treaties with lots of other countries. So we have just before Christmas, we signed yet another agreement with the Japanese to deepen our research into civil nuclear programs. With India, we have a bilateral arrangement. With South Korea, we have a bilateral arrangement. And this is really where, the innovations are happening in nuclear research. And so the idea that somehow by coming out of Euratom we're going to close ourselves off to the rest of the world is totally untrue. If anything, it might free us to do more work across the rest of the globe in developing what I think is going to be the future of British energy. Finally, I just wanted to say a word on EU nationals. As members of the front bench will know, I have expressed my doubts about the government's approach on EU nationals over the last few months. I'm firmly of the belief that we should give those people some reassurance, but I'm willing to give the Prime Minister the space she needs in the negotiation to go and make sure she can secure the fate of British nationals overseas, and on the basis that this question of EU nationals will, as so many other things, come back to this House requiring primary legislation if their status is to change, I will be voting with the government on this motion, as I know lots of other people will be for exactly the same reason. And I would encourage, therefore, members of the House to look at these amendments, decide whether decide whether they are actually good law, whether we are putting good, enforceable, possible law onto the statute book by voting these amendments, which mostly, certainly the ones I've seen so far, we aren't, and vote with the government.
Caroline Flint.
Thank you very much, Mr Howarth, and it's a pleasure to serve under your stewardship this afternoon. And I listened very carefully to the contribution from the member for North West Hampshire. It seems to me that, part of what our job is in the House of Commons is to raise the questions about such an important decision affecting all our lives, and through the use of amendments and other means, to open up the discussion and seek some answers from the government of the day. And I think that's absolutely important to the debates we'll have today and going forward, because it does seem to be that so far, whilst the government has refused on numerous occasions to accept some of the contributions from my own front bench and others, they've then gone away and thought about it and thought maybe there's something in that. So if anything comes out of today's debate, we seem to be pushing at the government, who doesn't seem to want to accept some of the amendments, some of which I've put my name to. But I think part of the debate in this public arena is to hold the government to account and make them look again at some of the important subjects that are being raised today, but have also been raised before, and I have no doubt will be raised over the next 2 years and beyond. I also just like to add, Mr Howarth, that I was absolutely delighted to read in the Brexit White Paper that the Prime Minister, who said as one of her 12 objectives that she wanted to enhance employees' rights and maintain EU protections, on page 32, the graph suggests that we will have 14 weeks statutorily paid holiday. So I wonder if she's going to keep to that in terms of the document that she's produced, and maybe I should say I welcome that, and if that is the spirit of as we go forward, I know my honourable friend's amendments were not drawn in terms of this debate, in terms of protecting workers' rights, but we'll take some heart from that and maybe hold her to account on that particular issue. I do want to challenge the government on a number of aspects of this important process, and I do so as an MP who believes the decision is made. Whatever the falsehoods, the exaggerations or the unpleasantness that surfaced in the referendum, none of them invalidate the UK's decision. And I do believe it's important that the House makes clear that we respect the outcome of the 23rd of June. And I do commend my own front bench approach on this, particularly the work of my honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, because I think it's thanks to his efforts the government has accepted a number of Labour's demands. The essential demand for a vote in this House prior to withdrawal. We'll have lots of debates about what that should mean, but that has been a concession. The government has accepted that that vote has to include our future proposed relationship with the EU after we leave. The government has accepted the vote must take place on a draft withdrawal agreement, and that we will do so before the European Parliament or Council decide on that draft agreement. Now, I think in accepting these Labour arguments, the government is asserting that the UK Parliament does not play second fiddle to our colleagues in the EU Parliament, and that this House asserts some measure of control over the withdrawal process. It's really important that this is not seen as a debate just for the Prime Minister and ministers, but through this House everybody is able to air their views and influence the discussion as we move forward. I will make a bit of progress and then I will maybe take a few interventions. In the Prime Minister's Lancaster House speech, she pledged that the UK will keep workers' rights after Brexit. She also pledged to avoid a cliff edge by seeking a period of stability after we leave while our trading arrangements with the EU single market are sorted out. She pledged to seek good access to the single market with no extra tariffs or bureaucracy. Now, I know I may have some disagreements on my own side about what the shape of that should look like, but none of us should be in any doubt about the importance of our trading arrangements, not only in terms of what we export outwards, but what comes into this country. But it's not just about our cities. It's about places like Doncaster and many of those towns and communities around the country who know that this is vital for their jobs. And when I did a survey of my constituents after the referendum campaign, I asked them, what do you think should be my 3 priorities?
Jobs and investment came first, tackling immigration came second, and I have to say, and there was some discussion about this in yesterday's debate, the £350 million a week that was going to apparently come back to the NHS. I'm not sure what I can do about the last one, but certainly on the first two, they're going to get my attention and priority. Now, I believe we do have to look at freedom of movement, and I've said for many years now that actually immigration has not been attended to by my party or other parties in the way it should. The Prime Minister, though, has said she wants the negotiations to guarantee that EU workers currently living here can stay. And I agree with that. I have to say, for many of my constituents, they have particular issues about freedom of movement that they want to receive attention in a way it hasn't done. But I do think that on this particular issue around EU nationals, the Prime Minister could lead her MPs through the lobbies today and vote to guarantee those rights for EU nationals working here. She could make clear, as have others said, that they will not be used as a bargaining chip, and we could end their uncertainty today. Likewise, we will also want to safeguard the rights for Brits living in Europe too. But I believe by adopting a positive approach today, we make it more likely Brits living in the EU will be treated fairly. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful, Honourable Lady, for giving way. She touches on EU nationals, and it's something that has been misunderstood a few times in this House, not just today, but several days, and the call that Europe should make the step first. Which European state do they mean should make the move first? Should it be Bulgaria? Should it be Sweden? Should it be Portugal? Whatever. The reality is that the UK are making the moves on Brexit, and the UK should be leading and showing goodwill towards citizens of all European countries. Because we're not talking about two places here, not EU, not UK, it's UK and 27 others.
Look, I think the tone of this debate as we all move forward is absolutely crucial to how we work together in this country for the best deal, but also the perceptions of us in those other 27 member states. Something will have to be done about EU nationals living here and Brits living in the other 27 member states. That is a fact. There will have to be a deal. And I think on this issue, and I know that there is support from those who voted both Remain and Leave on the government benches, that they cannot understand why the Prime Minister isn't stepping up now and making a decision on this that makes that clear. No, I will not give way. I'm going to make some progress. I also want us to be open to EU students as well. And I do understand the concerns of parts of our country, maybe not so much London, but certainly in Scotland and in the north of England, where we continue to see a brain drain away from our communities that is hindering our ability to grow our economies. And I think this is an area as well that my constituents don't have much of a problem with, I have to say. I also know that my constituents don't have much of a problem, really, to be honest, with having the ability to travel for their 2 weeks in the sun, maybe once a year. And that's going to be important for Doncaster-Sheffield Airport in my constituency. But they do know that we have to think about some rules to manage migration, because the net benefits of migration, of which there are many, they have not been equally shared across the country. And in some communities, in some towns, the rate of change in terms of people coming, particularly from Eastern Europe, has had both an economic and, I would say, social effect, with no blame accorded to those individuals on some of our towns. When a factory suddenly finds, in what seems like a matter of weeks or overnight, that the number of people in that factory from Eastern Europe outweigh the numbers from the local community, you can't deny this creates worries and problems for people, and along with that, the pressures on services. But I do believe this as well. The debate on migration over the next few years cannot just be about migration in relation to the European Union. The fact is, over the last 7 years, a Tory government's policies on migration and immigration have failed. And I have to say, and the Secretary of State leading on us leaving the European Union isn't in his seat, but I do remember when he caused a by-election on the back of getting rid of ID cards. I supported ID cards then, I support ID cards today, because I think in the world we live in, the difficulties of identity, fraud and crime, and needing to know who should have access to what, they could have been part of the solution to some of the problems in the intervening time since he called that by-election have come to pass.
I'll give way to you.
The Right Honourable Lady, I've been following her remarks with a great deal of interest. She has reiterated her colleague on the front bench, the Honourable Member for Sheffield Central's abandonment of her party's long-standing principal commitment to free movement. How then does she think, given she wishes to have this House, this place, control migration in the future, that would have been possible had we not been leaving the European Union?
Well, I think actually we failed to, under successive governments, raise this issue and influence how the change should happen. I actually do believe that across the other 27 member states, there is some discussions around what freedom of movement has meant for them. Unfortunately, we haven't attended to that issue for too long, and in not doing so, when David Cameron then tried to negotiate a deal, he was doing it in a way that was not leaving enough time to really broaden the scope for some real reform. And therefore we hurtled into a referendum, which was of his choosing, on the date that he said, and the consequences are there for us all to see. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend who's making a brilliant and honest speech. It was very clear to me as Immigration Minister in 2007 that there could have been a consensus for free movement reform across Europe, and if only we had pursued it then when we were in government, but if only the party opposite had pursued it with care and forensic detail when they came into office in 2010, they wouldn't have been forced to offer a bargain basement deal to the British people when the Prime Minister's back was against the wall.
Interventions. It just occurs to me sitting here, though, that some people who are intervening and are still hoping to speak won't have anything left to say by the time they get round to speak. Caroline Flynn.
I absolutely agree with my colleague's statement, and I think that's about us having a more grown-up discussion about the mistakes that have been made and how we do navigate this uncharted territory for all of us, and a little bit of humbleness in all that wouldn't go amiss. Now let me turn to the if I could, 2 seconds. This is my last... Right, OK, I'll give way
to the Right Honourable Lady who's making a very serious speech. Would she agree with me that actually, as part of that grown-up discussion to which she refers, on both sides of the House, we actually also need to have the courage to explain that migration of many kinds is beneficial to our economy and our society in a way I don't think we have done?
I totally agree with that. But maybe part of the problem is we often talked a lot about that to the exclusion of sometimes talking about where communities were feeling it wasn't working for them. And that is part of the problem. We all know in politics that, what the white noise that we create, how much of it actually gets through to the public. And if we avoid some of those very important, and let's remember, every single region in England outside of London voted to leave, then we do that in our peril. And for me, the biggest danger is that we let the extremes of the far right occupy a ground to influence this debate, which none of us, I would hope, would want. I'd like to make some progress, and I'll just talk to briefly some of the amendments which I do believe are important for both sides of this House. Now, whether or not they are passed tonight, we will see. But I hope that the content within them and some of the contributions being made will be taken seriously by the ministers and, in their response, be given some attention. I think it's very important and in the UK's interest to present itself not as a nation retreating from what I think has actually been a successful international union, but a nation which remains determined to uphold the best values of that union. Now, new Clause 7, I think, speaks to that, committing the government in advance of any negotiations to having regard to legislation shared across the EU to prevent and tackle tax avoidance and tax evasion, which is something I have given considerable time to over the last few years. In September of last year, the UK placed itself at the forefront of the international debate on public country-by-country reporting. Our stance then and our stance going forward should be the best and biggest international companies with any substantial presence in the UK should have no fear of openness, no fear of publishing where they do business and where they pay taxes. And in that spirit, the UK should pledge ahead of negotiations to comply with the European Union Code of Conduct on Business Taxation. And we should do so not because we are required to do, but because we want to uphold those standards, in many ways the ones we've been leading on from the UK. It is unfortunate that some of the comments of the Prime Minister seems to rail against some of the very positive efforts that have been made to tackle tax evasion and tax avoidance, and to tackle some of the issues around tax havens. And I think it would be a huge step backwards if we were seen to step away from something important in which we could be leading the world on. New Clause 100, this is a modest clause around equality and women's rights, yet its values, I believe, reach to the core of what modern Britain should be about. It is modest because it simply asks that during negotiations the government has regard to the public interest in maintaining employment rights, cooperation against trafficking, domestic violence and female genital mutilation. And it suggests a cross-party, cross-departmental, you could have a cross-party one if you want, a cross-departmental working group to recommend appropriate legislation on equality and access to justice. The values, I think, are clear. It asks only for what we already have, but it asks this House to embrace those things we value and make clear that none of this will be sacrificed during our departure from EU membership. New Clause 163 is about consultation with the English regions. Now, we've heard a lot in this chamber about the importance of a meaningful dialogue with the devolved administrations, and I endorse that approach. I have argued publicly that the best way forward is for the government to acknowledge, as I've said before, that we are in uncharted waters, and as such the Prime Minister should be seeking cross-party agreement and, to be honest, should be having meetings regularly with other party leaders. I shouldn't need to remind her that her government was arguing, as I was, to remain. And the decision of the British people on the 23rd of June was an instruction to all of us in this House, not just to the Prime Minister and a handful of ministers. Now, in the spirit of that, I do urge the government to adopt New Clause 163 and consult with the English regions. As a Yorkshire MP, I hope I do not need to remind ministers that Yorkshire has a population greater than Scotland. We have a gross value added economic output of £110 billion in 2015, just £17 billion less than Scotland. So I do urge the government not to overlook the English regions. And finally, I do urge ministers to clarify our future relationship with the economic atomic energy community, which has been mentioned already in the debate today. We all know that this is such an important sector, and it's a sector that should grow in the UK, not only for the nuclear energy we create here, but as the potential export market it provides as well. New Clause 185, New Clause 192 and Amendment 89 all seek to ensure that the government takes this very seriously, and I do believe that there is an onus on ministers to urgently clarify whether upon leaving the EU the UK will forfeit membership of Euratom, and in the meantime I would put to the Minister the request from the Nuclear Industry Association to convene a specific working group to ensure that there are no omissions made in the framing of regulations to replace the provisions of this treaty. I give way to my friend.
I'm grateful. She's right to press the Minister, because we had very, very thin talk about this, that we have to do it and it's important. The industry wants this working party. It wants government to give clear assurances, and I appeal through you that the Minister do this tonight.
I absolutely
listening, I'm sure.
I absolutely agree with my old friend. As a Remain campaigner, I saw many positive benefits from our membership of the European Union. I'm determined that this House will respect the referendum outcome and seek the best for my constituents from our new relationship. Some in the Prime Minister's cabinet talk as though Brexit will be nothing but boundless prosperity. Some Remainers talk as though Britain is hurtling off a cliff, all doom and gloom. The reality is likely to be something in between. And after a long and sometimes difficult marriage, we're getting a divorce. And during this process, we need to leave behind some of the false promises and distortions of the referendum campaign. Because dramatic false claims only damage trust. We need to replace the rhetoric with honest discussion and honest endeavour to achieve the best outcomes from the path our country has chosen. That is how we rebuild trust. This is how we secure a deal which most Leave and most Remain voters can accept. And that's the way I will be approaching the discussions in the EU.
Steve Baker.
Mr Howarth, in rising to support the government, I'd like to consider New Clause 2, Amendments 5 and 42, and New Clause 185 relating to Euratom. And I have to say I'm enormously encouraged by today's debate. not least because I take New Clause 2, as my right honourable friend for Wokingham explained, as basically an endorsement of the government's position, and so I'm looking forward at third reading to a very, very full eye lobby. I just would like to make the point that on this last point, E, about maintaining all existing social, economic, consumer and workers' rights, this in particular, of course, is something the Prime Minister has committed to. And along with other honourable and right honourable members, of course, I'm looking forward to the Prime Minister succeeding as soon as possible in guaranteeing reciprocal rights. And I think we know from the press why this hasn't been done already. It's because the German Chancellor and various figures within the EU institutions have stood in the Prime Minister's way. We know from what we've read in the press that the Prime Minister has a clear framework for guaranteeing reciprocal rights, and she sought to deliver it. But it's because our negotiating partners have insisted on no negotiation before notification that she has not made progress. So I have full confidence in the Prime Minister's intent and the solidity of her work, and I'll certainly vote with the government. Of course, in looking at the character of all of these amendments, this enormous sheaf of amendments, I think several honourable and right honourable members have indicated why this has been done, and it's undoubtedly, I think, to draw within the jurisdiction of the courts a wide range of issues which would keep us mired in the courts forever, putting off the inevitable day of leaving. I think it's far better to be strong, confident and committed and act with a constructive and positive spirit to take us out of the EU successfully. So, with that in mind, I just, having dramatically curtailed my remarks on that clause in light of what other colleagues have said, I'd just like to turn to Euratom. What is it? Well, it's a legal framework for civil nuclear power generation, radioactive waste management and arrangements for nuclear safeguards and movement in trade and nuclear materials. Now, the first point I'd like to address is this suggestion we heard earlier that it wasn't on the ballot paper. Well, I suppose if we'd put all of the issues which are of concern to the House at committee stage on the ballot paper, it would have been a very long ballot paper indeed, and the question was perfectly adequate on the ballot paper. And if there is a fault to be laid at anyone's door that Euratom wasn't discussed in the course of the campaign, then that fault lays with the pro-EU SE campaign for not raising the issue in the course of the referendum. And in particular, the Euratom Treaty, it is a separate treaty signed in 1957 by the founding members of the EU. And the UK joined it at the same time as entering the EEC. The 1972 ECA Act gives effect to the treaty in addition to giving effect to the EEC treaty. Now, if we turn to the European Union Amendment Act 2008, section 3.2, that makes it clear that any act which refers to the European Union includes a reference to the European Atomic Energy Community. And so it's absolutely clear that in conferring on my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, the power to notify that we're leaving the European Union, she has the power to take us out of Euratom. So that then leaves a couple of questions. The first question. No, I'm just going to continue. The first question is the government seized of the importance of this issue of nuclear safeguards? I think it's an extremely important issue for the House. Now, my own experience of working with nuclear systems, I admit, is distant and limited. I joined the Royal Air Force at a time when we still had tactical nuclear weapons, and I was trained to certify aircraft nuclear weapons electrical installations. And I have to say it was neither rocket science nor was it magic. It was about using the very finest components to the highest quality standards. And from my own experience of that work, I would say that I have complete confidence in British scientists and British engineers to do everything that is necessary to ensure that safeguards continue. And I particularly observe that we continue to be part of Euratom throughout the negotiation period. Now, since Euratom brings into effect in Europe the provisions made by the International Atomic Energy Authority, we can expect that since we continue to be members of that agency, not authority, beg pardon, that agency, we can expect to continue not only to comply with Euratom, but to continue as members of the agency and to put in place appropriate arrangements as we move forward. And in addition to the points made by my honourable friend for North West Hampshire about the French bilateral, I just point out that the Trident system is evidence that we can collaborate on nuclear issues outside the framework of Euratom. So I know from my own experience that anything to do with a nuclear system
focuses the mind like nothing else. And so I know that my honourable and right honourable friends on the front bench are very much seized of the issues and will prioritise this point. And before I go further, I will give way to him.
Grateful. He said it wasn't on the ballot paper. He's right. But it wasn't even mentioned by the government until they produced the bill. And that's, you know, if it was such a big issue and an obvious issue, why didn't the government, when the EU referendum bill was going through and other opportunities, raise this important point? And secondly and finally, he talks about the 2 years. Is he suggesting if the 2 years there is no agreement, then there should be a transitional period, otherwise we lose our place in the world?
Well, I thought I'd explain carefully, but I will just say it again. The European Union Amendment Act 2008, section 3.2, makes it clear that any act which refers to the European Union includes a reference to the European Atomic Energy Community. So it's very clear that it was included within the scope of the referendum. On the point of the transition, you know, the government is going to make it a priority. As I've just explained at some length, I've had absolute confidence that the front bench is appraised of the importance of the issue and will take it extremely seriously. Now, we will continue as members of the agency, and I would expect that if no deal were reached, which I think is highly unlikely, that under the auspices of the international agency we would continue to maintain nuclear safety.
Would the honourable member give way?
I will.
Would the honourable member give way that? Would the honourable member agree that, much like Europol, Euratom is one of those organisations which the other EU member states who are members of it would have absolutely no interest in excluding the UK. Therefore, a quick agreement is very likely.
Well, this is a very important point, and about half of Business for Britain's Change or Grow report, a 1,000-page report, went through section by section all the areas where we currently cooperate with other nation states through the European Union and its agencies, explaining how in each case there were other bases on which we could cooperate internationally. And as a point I made in the course of the Prum debate, particularly in relation to Europol, was actually in a globalised world of cheap, fast air travel, the internet making just about everywhere milliseconds away. What we need is global cooperation on police and judicial matters and security, and actually to escape this mindset that the only way to do it is through the hierarchical arrangements of the European Union. I hope you won't mind, Mr. Houth, if I just dilate slightly on this point. I remember back in 2010 being told by members all around this House, and particularly by the Liberal Democrat leader at the time, that politics was changing and that we were seeing a realignment of politics. And I thought back of the words of Ronald Reagan about the choice between up to the maximum of human freedom compatible with law and order or down to the ant heap of totalitarianism. And I think that is the reorientation of politics which is going on. This availability of the internet and air travel means that the old hierarchical structures which were necessary for communication in the absence of the internet are no longer appropriate for the world in which we live. And so it's quite right that we should seek on all of these issues, as my honourable friend suggests, to be cooperating on a global basis under new arrangements which allow us to act with far greater agility. So to return to the point, I will, and then I'm going to return to Euratom.
I mean, you talk about international and global relations. If it's so straightforward, why is the Nuclear Industry Association saying that, given the international nature of the nuclear industry, the biggest risk in leaving Euratom is the interruption to normal trade in the European Union and further overseas?
Well, I'm very grateful that my honourable friend for Henley and Tame is back in his place on that point, because I think earlier, in a very straightforward intervention on a right honourable friend, he devastated all of these arguments by making the point that the JET project themselves over at Culham don't want these amendments, which isn't to say people don't want collaboration. Of course we all want collaboration. But the question today is whether or not these amendments should be made, and the clear answer coming to us from Culham, and I'm grateful to honourable friend who indicates assent, is that these amendments should not be made, and I will give way to him, of course.
I think the point that he makes is, and I'm very grateful for him for giving way, I think the point that he makes is absolutely clear. The management at Culham do want to cooperate. They do want a much larger project. But the way in which they deal this is not by putting amendments on the face of the bill, but by dealing with discussions with ministers.
Indeed, and just returning to that point of ministers, I think it might well assist the House in emphasising how committed to this issue the government is, to just return to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State's comments at second reading, where he pointed out that the bill also gives the Prime Minister the power to start the process to leave Euratom. He explained that it's because, although Euratom was established
in a treaty separate from the EU agreements and treaties. It uses the same institutions as the European Union, including the European Court of Justice. He went on in response to an intervention that Euratom passes to its constituent countries the regulation, rules and supervision that it inherits, as it were, from the International Atomic Energy Agency, of which we are still a member. When we come to negotiate with the European Union on this matter, he said, if it is not possible to come to a conclusion involving some sort of relationship with Euratom, we will no doubt be able to reach one with the International Atomic Energy Agency. So the point I'm making, Mr. Howarth, is that this is a crucial issue. The government understands that it's a crucial issue. We know that we are fully committed to making progress on nuclear matters in research and development, in implementation, in safety, in collaborating globally. But we do need to leave Euratom as we leave the European Union. The government's entitled to do so, and it is quite right that the bill should stand as it is as the government moves forward. So in conclusion, Mr. Howarth, I will certainly be voting for this bill as it stands. I think the amendments are unnecessary and counterproductive, and I certainly commend all the Minister's work on Euratom.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Howarth. I feel the need to say that I'll be brief and then just talk for as long as possible, just because I wouldn't like to revert to type. I wish to speak specifically to new clause 100, which is principally in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham. I'd like to start by saying how grateful that both she and I are the 64 colleagues who have added their name in support of this amendment, and it shows the real strength of feeling and concern in this House on this issue. It has already been mentioned by some of my honourable friends, and I shall go into it in more detail. Despite assurances that we have had from ministers and from the Prime Minister herself, very real concerns remain about the potential impact of leaving the European Union on women's rights and the government's intentions of defending them. This amendment addresses this in 4 key areas. The first one is employment rights and protections derived from EU legislation. We know that the rights of part-time workers, pregnant women at work, and those also the many different cases we have seen about the right to equal pay and equal value that was derived in the EU. The government's white paper argues that we have more generous maternity leave systems here in the UK than is required at EU level, and that is absolutely correct. Yes, we do, and what I would say to the people in this room about why we have that is you're very, very welcome, because it was the Labour government that introduced those things, and it was specifically a mention to the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham and the other women who sit in this chamber with me today who fought for those rights, and those at the moment we have something that is better than the EU. However, we have seen through many different global changes in the past few weeks, I was going to say few months, but the last few days, how easily women's rights can be undone when our global alliances begin to fail. I will give way.
I'm grateful to for giving way and certainly pay tribute for the role Labour has played in those rights. Would she agree, though, too, that actually the EU does take us further in some respects, for example, equal pay for equal value? And also, would she agree that the real risk here is that when that legislation becomes UK domestic legislation, it can be unpicked through secondary legislation, and what we've heard is absolutely no reassurance on that?
Absolutely. I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and I agree entirely. I'm going to come on to talk a little bit about what the EU has done and in advance of UK legislation. But we don't need to look any further. I will give way, perhaps shortly. The issue around pregnancy discrimination and the rise of that in the past number of years because of changes in legislation in the UK have meant that women's rights are definitely something that needs to be protected and considered, and I would be very happy if we had an external protection. We know that the rights for part-time workers are crucial for women. This includes pension rights and equal treatment at work for part-time workers. 75% of part-time workers are women. 42% of women work part-time. Equal pay for equal value is crucial for women. This derives from the speech therapist case brought to the European Court of Justice in 1993. This is a very live issue, as low-paid women in the UK are today fighting equal value pay cases against Asda and Reading Council. Today, still, this is still going on. The government's white paper states... I'm just going to have a minor segue. My favourite moment in the government white paper was the bit when it said that Britain does have sovereignty, but it hasn't always felt like it. It reminded me of my children saying, I know you love him more than me, I know you love me too, but it hasn't always felt like it. Anyway, back to women's rights. You know, we really made Britain look like a petulant teen. The government is committed to strengthening the rights when it is the right choice for UK workers, and will continue to seek out opportunities to enhance protections. That's what it says. So what exactly does the right choice mean? When do the ministers in front of me think that strengthening workers' rights is not the right choice? I would also like to remind the House that it is not long since we had the red tape challenge. The Equality Act 2010 was included in the red tape challenge in 2012. So the very rights that the government now say they are committed to, they have previously considered to be red tape. It was the Prime Minister herself who was the minister who led that review. When ministers wonder why we doubt the sincerity of their commitment, let me say this. I have read the white paper very carefully, much like the team we have on the government front benches going out into the European Union and being part of the Brexit team. There isn't a single mention of a woman nor equality anywhere in the white paper. I think that it's time for a woman's voice to fill this chamber for today, because I believe the honourable gentleman has had his say. Yes. When they are at the negotiating, when the people... I absolutely will be.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She is making a characteristically powerful and passionate and humorous speech with it as well. But I want to also just ask her this point, which is, would it not be fair to also approach the wording in the white paper with some caution, bearing in mind that prominent Leave campaigners in the Leave campaign argued that leaving the EU would be an opportunity to cut EU social and employment protections?
Yeah. Just Philip. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I think that my honourable friend makes a very important point, and the thing that we might get that the Leave campaign said is a squashing of workers' rights. The thing that we won't get is £350 million going into the NHS. If only there was a level of consistency in what we'd been promised. When the ministers on the front bench opposite, I will give way to
you. For giving way. And I always have enjoyed working on the Women and Equality Select Committee, which has been incredibly harmonious, listening to both men's and women's voices. And I do understand the spirit of New Clause 100. But I do find it faintly objectionable, and I know who I'm addressing this to in that phraseology, about women's and equalities rights when it comes to our Prime Minister, because I think she's led the way in terms of FGM, in terms of making sure that workers in particular areas have better life chances, about coercive control. So can I implore the Honourable Lady to believe that members on this side do believe in the rights of both male and female, and particularly our Prime Minister?
I have absolutely no doubt that people from the opposition benches care about women's rights. I have lots of evidence to suggest that some of them absolutely don't and need, frankly, a good, strong talking to by your Prime Minister. Sorry, our Prime Minister. However, I have no doubt, and I'm going to come on to the sections in this bill that are specifically about violence against women, and it is because I know how committed the Prime Minister has been to violence against women issues like FGM and cross-border issues to do with FGM that I cannot understand why she would whip her party not to vote for this.
Right.
So, anyway, I'll get back to where I was. What I want to know is that when the ministers opposite on the front bench are at the negotiating table, when they are thinking about the competitiveness of the UK economy, what will be high on their list? Will it be how to ensure we protect and enhance workers' rights or women's rights? I mean, I think you've got your answer for you there. Or will it be to undercut our EU neighbours by becoming a low-regulation, low-tax economy? The esteemed High Court Justice Dame Laura Cox said, "Some of the basic rights that we now take for granted, pregnancy and maternity rights, part-time workers' rights, equal pay for equal value, are all at risk if the UK becomes a low-regulation economy." Is that the true destination of these negotiations? Can the Minister give us an assurance that powers in the Great Repeal Bill, great or otherwise, will not be used to remove any equality and employment rights at a later date? Will part-time workers' rights and the rights of pregnant women at work and women fighting for equal pay really be safe with them? Whatever happens, I will give way.
Thank the honourable lady for giving way. She's making a passionate case, but I would put to her that the case that she's making is not really for this bill, it is for the Great Repeal Bill, which is to come in due course.
It's a context.
I can recognise the honourable gentleman's assertions. However, you know, I'm being asked to vote on something tonight, and I want to be certain that people like me and people who live in my constituency are going to be protected. And at the moment, I don't feel confident. No. Just to clarify, I think that there are lots of people waiting, and I think that the honourable gentleman who is trying to intervene has stood on his feet for many minutes during this debate, and I think that it's time for somebody else to have a chance. Absolutely. So, the second thing that concerns me, which we've touched on slightly, was the violence against women and girls. The amendment would not only defend women's rights at work, but also protect those women escaping domestic violence, FGM, or those trafficked across the EU and the UK. My constituency in Birmingham, where in 2010 up to 900 schoolgirls across the city were at risk of FGM, and the key risk ages being at birth, 4 to 6-year-olds, and during puberty. 1 in 5 children in Birmingham will have experienced or seen domestic violence before they reach adulthood. At least 300 forced marriages of women take place in the West Midlands every year. So I ask the Minister, when they are at the negotiating table, who will be in their minds? Will it be the women in my constituency experiencing FGM, or those fleeing their violent partners and using the services such as Birmingham and Solihull Women's Aid? In Birmingham, in the last year, 4 women have been murdered, with only another woman found dead last week in my constituency. The European Protection Order ensures that women who have suffered domestic violence are protected from the perpetrators if they travel or move away anywhere in the EU. Predictions about the consequences of Brexit for policing measures will depend on the outcome of these negotiations. On the 4th of February 2016, history was made in Hammersmith Specialist Domestic Abuse Court when the first European Protection Order was imposed in England and Wales. In this case, the survivor had returned to Sweden. A restraining order was granted as well as a European Protection Order so that she is protected in the UK as well as in Sweden. it is generally accepted that the UK will want to continue with certain parts of EU policing, justice and cooperation, and it is essential that UK countries feel that we can opt in to the EPO agreement following Brexit. The White Paper notably neglects to mention any of this. It doesn't mention FGM, it doesn't mention domestic violence, or indeed violence against women in areas that the government will continue to work with the European partners on. In the area of crime, only organised crime and terrorism are mentioned. And whilst those are incredibly serious things, nobody in this building will be able to find anywhere in the country as many of their constituents affected by those two crimes as are affected by this one.
Exactly.
So will ending violence against women and girls, and in particular in the UK's continued use of the European Protection Order, be a priority for the government during and after the Brexit negotiations? Finally, I'm not doing the penultimate finally, the finally, PS, finally. This new clause would also achieve what the Prime Minister says she wants to achieve, to make the UK a fairer place and not only protect workers' rights but build on them. Her words. There are many gaps in our equalities legislation and a need to make our legislative framework fit for the 21st century. Section 14 and Section 106 have been there since the Act was passed in 2010 but have not been commenced. So will the Minister today undertake to establish a cross-departmental, and I put myself on the line and say cross-party, I'll come and help, working group to assess and make recommendations for developing legislation on equality and access to justice? My challenge to the government is, will you take the opportunity that Brexit gives us and make the UK the best place to be a woman, or will it be one of the worst?
Suella Fernandez.
I'm grateful to follow the Honourable Member, Lady Member for Birmingham Yardley, as she speaks with much passion about her cause and argues for women with much persuasion. But I just want to gently point out that only once the Labour Party can claim to have elected its second lady as Prime Minister can they really preach to this side of the House on how to support women. I rise to speak against the entirety of the amendments, Mr Chairman, tabled by the opposition members, but in particular those included in this grouping, and in particular the references made to trade with the European Union and the rest of the world contained in new clause 2, 11, 77 and 181. And I have two key points. The first one is on trade, and I am struck by the premise of the wording of, let's take new clause 181 on trade agreements, calling for the government to have regard to the value of UK membership of the EU Customs Union in maintaining tariff and barrier-free trade with the EU. Mr Chairman, Sir Roger, that amendment gets it wrong for several reasons. It's totally misguided and a misreading of what the British people voted for on June the 23rd. Because if we are to have regard to the value of the Customs Union, we're missing the point. Because, Mr Chairman, where is the call to have regard to the costs of UK membership of the EU Customs Union? Why doesn't this amendment include a reference to the reasons why Britain must leave the Customs Union and what we stand to gain? For there is simply no point to Brexit. There is no meaning to the result of the referendum if we do not leave the EU Customs Union. Mr Chairman, where is the acknowledgement of the restrictions and the costs of the common commercial policy inherent to our membership of the EU Customs Union? This amendment, and all those containing this reference to trade, is one-sided, prejudged, and lacks any objectivity or impartiality. Where is the reference or any acknowledgement of the simple fact that if Britain is to set her own rules on trade policy, if she is to forge new and dynamic agreements with the rest of the world, that she can only do that if she leaves the EU Customs Union? Where is the reference, Mr Chairman, to the gains that we stand to make by striking new trade deals with the rest of the world, estimated as 50% increase in global world product over 15 years by the Legato Institute Special Trade Commission. Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that there's no impact assessment of the damaging effect of the EU's trade agreements on developing countries. The assessment of the common external tariff, which binds members of the customs union. EU, I won't actually, I'm going to carry on. EU protectionism has meant...
Thank the honourable member for giving way as she comments on my amendment. It was also in the name of 3 other select committee chairs as well. Is she aware of the evidence that was given to the Home Affairs Select Committee by a series of hauliers and ports and so on that said that the additional delays that they could be subject to if their goods coming in from the EU were instead subject to the kinds of customs checks as from outside the EU could be subject to delays of between 1 and 3 days?
Well, the Honourable Lady really needs to do her research before she makes points like that. Because if she were to have attended the meeting that I was at with experienced trade negotiators just 2 days ago, who are part of the Special Trade Commission, experienced trade negotiators who've led trade deals on behalf of other countries, they say that the rules of origin that she refers to are already part of free trade agreements around the world, and actually the costs of those, and that we actually, and that the problems that she's highlighted are being blown out of all proportion when it comes to the reality of what we stand to gain from leaving the customs union. I will, yes, yes.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's made her point with typical force. I just say to her that our last Treasury Select Committee meeting, we heard from the Director of Customs at HMRC, and they pointed out repeatedly that where customs declarations, customs clearance is currently required, 96% of customs clearance takes place electronically within a few seconds and requires no intervention.
And that is exactly the point that needs to be made. Where is the amendment making reference of the very point that my honourable friend just makes there? No, I won't. Yes, I will.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a typically powerful...
Charlie Helping.
Thank you, Sir Roger. My old friend is making a typically powerful case, and as the Member of Parliament representing Dover and Deal, where this is going to have the greatest impact, I put together a group to look at this, and it is perfectly possible to build a frictionless border using latest technology. They want it to fail, we will make it succeed.
I couldn't agree more with the point that my honourable friend has made, based on everything. Go on then.
The honourable lady says that we're not interested in an unbiased assessment, but had she been here yesterday, she would have seen new clause 43 seeking an impact assessment which would have been even-handed. Why can't the honourable lady read the amendments before she makes her wild assertions?
These amendments, we can all see, are an attempt to pull the wool over the British people's eyes. They're an attempt to fob us all off, and I will have nothing whatsoever to do with them. Mr. Chairman, EU protectionism has meant that farmers and workers in developing countries are placed at a disadvantage when exporting into the EU because of the common external tariff. Why should British consumers be denied products such as cheaper sugar, wheat or tomatoes from developing nations in order to protect less efficient farmers in Northern Europe? That's the effect of the common external tariff. That's the effect on our consumers because of our membership of the EU customs union. Yes.
Does she share the same concerns as me that it's quite perverse that we actually, with our external tariffs, impoverish third-world nations and then hand money over through DFID to try and raise their standards?
The absurdity of the situation and the current position is astonishing, and we will only be able to remedy that injustice by leaving the customs union, by taking control of our trade policy, and by having trade deals which are on a fairer basis, and by being real promoters of fair trade for those countries of which you speak. I won't, because I've taken quite a few and I want to make progress. The cost has been estimated by Business for Britain on British consumers to be an increase of about £500 per household because of the damaging effect of the common commercial policy by virtue of the customs union. Mr. Chairman, these amendments don't reflect the absurdity of the current position either. The absurdity that British companies like JCB are unable to sell their machinery tariff-free from India to the UK, no more than Tata from the UK to India. So why don't they accept that, and why don't they accept that ever since 1973, Britain's trade has pivoted from global to European, all negotiated on our behalf by the EU Trade Commissioner? Why isn't there an amendment recognising the influence to be regained by Britain's resumption of its own seat at the World Trade Organization? Why isn't there reference to the fact that EU trade policy has wrecked the ports of Glasgow and Liverpool, which were on the wrong side of the country, and have denied us any chance to determine our own trade policy? That's a reflection of the one-sided, prejudice and misguided nature of all of these amendments. Mr. Chairman, these amendments fail to point out that in 2015, the UK's trade deficit on trade in goods and services with the EU was £69 billion, while the surplus with non-EU countries was £30 billion. Why isn't there an amendment asking for an impact assessment of the gains that we face from trading more widely and more freely with the rest of the world, building on our surplus with countries outside the EU? These amendments don't reflect the fact that Britain is losing out now because of our membership with the customs union. And they miss the fact that we have more to gain by leaving. And I'll tell you why these amendments omit all of these salient features. It's because the opposition members don't want to be honest about the fact that the EU still doesn't have any agreements with major nations like Brazil, the USA or China, that we have more to gain from increasing our exports with the rest of the world than by remaining a member of the customs union. My second and last point, Mr. Chairman, is very briefly on EU nationals. And I want to note for the record that I consider that the Prime Minister's position is appropriate in the circumstances, i.e. that she will be guaranteeing the position of the approximate 3.5 million EU nationals and their position as soon as possible once the negotiations have started. I want to make sure that this issue is put into perspective. Out of the 3.5 million EU nationals currently residing in the UK, approximately 64% of them already have the right to stay here. 8% of them are children of an EU national parent, and therefore they have a right to reside here. And 12% of the 3.5 million people will have accrued their 5 years permanent residency by 2018, which means that 84% of the 3.5 million EU nationals already have a secure immigration status in this country. We are actually talking about a minority of people. I was involved in a cross-party report. Yes.
Let's be practical. We can't even deport convicted criminals. The truth is that not a single EU national is ever going to be deported.
I agree wholeheartedly with that, and that would be against any ideas of natural justice, legitimate expectation, and the rule of law if we were to be going down that course of action. Yep.
If that is the case, and we have that certainty around EU nationals, will she be joining us to vote for new clause 27 tonight?
I will not be voting with the opposition. I am very content with the government's current position on EU nationals. And yes,
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does she share my concern and indeed disappointment that whereas all of the governments of the EU could have sorted this issue out already, some have put a brake on it and refused to do so? And it is pressure that we should be putting on them to sort this very important issue out much, much earlier and actually outside, forgive me, the renegotiation processes.
I couldn't agree more. And I see my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and Poole, sat in the House, and I recall the letter that he sent to Donald Tusk on this very issue. Yes, I will.
She invites me to get to my feet. I'm delighted to do so. And was she not as disappointed as I was by the response to that letter, which singly failed to grasp the nettle? This could all have been resolved before Christmas. On the 15th of December, the answer then was no, it should have been yes.
Absolutely. Reflects the very wisdom of the current position, that we must safeguard the rights of UK nationals abroad before any other movement on this issue is made. I was involved in a cross-party study with the think tank called British Future, with the Right Honourable Member for Birmingham Edgbaston and Thetford and Stretford and Urmston, I think. And we made suggestions to the government on how to regularise and practically deal with the legal position of the 3.5 million EU nationals in this country. There are particular issues that the government will need to deal with once it comes to dealing with this issue. For example, what should be the cut-off date? Our report recommended that the date after which point new rules should apply should be the date that Article 50 is actually triggered, at which point a legitimate expectation will have arisen for new arrivals to this country. We felt that that struck the right balance between fairness and pragmatism. Secondly, we recommended that those EU nationals who already qualify for permanent residency by virtue of their 5 years residency in the UK be offered a permanent residence under the rules as they currently stand. We also recommended that for those EU nationals in the UK who do not meet or who have not yet met the 5-year criteria should be granted a transitional period of time according to the old rules, which again safeguards the legitimate expectation to which they would be entitled. And we also made recommendations on the practical ways in which the Home Office could deal with the considerably high level of applications and paperwork. It will not only involve the Home Office officials dealing with over 1 million cases, but we recommend that the local authority nationality checking services should be given first-line responsibility for processing and approving applications for permanent residency. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, the majority of the constituents, you'll be pleased to know, the majority of the constituents in Fareham voted to leave the European Union. They chose to do that because they wanted to re-empower themselves, they wanted to free up our country, and they wanted to take back control. These amendments, Mr. Chairman, are an attempt to pull the wool over their eyes, to fob off the Parliament, because they simply aim to delay and frustrate. I won't have anything to do with these amendments, Mr. Chairman, because they would be an insult to my voters in Fareham, an insult to the British people, and a dereliction of my duty as a representative in this place.
Order. Order. I'm holding in my hand a list of members who wish to speak. It stretches just about from here to Brussels. There are, in fact, 21 members who wish to participate. A degree of self-restraint would be helpful, both in terms of the length of speeches and interventions. A number of honourable members on both sides of the House have spoken before in the course of these 3 days. I'm going to try, because I think it's only fair that we should, to give some preference to those who've not been able to contribute at all. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Sir Roger, and I'm pleased to be able to follow the honourable member for Fareham, not least because I'd like to disagree with her on a number of the points that she made. She won't find that surprising, I'm sure. But she says that she finds the Prime Minister's attitude to EU nationals as appropriate. Can I tell her that I find it deeply inappropriate, and so do the EU nationals themselves, who simply want certainty when it comes to knowing about their future in this country? Can I tell her that the Prime Minister's refusal to guarantee that now, when she has the ability to do so, is cruel, and frankly, I think it's immoral as well, because what we're talking about here are people's lives. People's lives are not simply commodities to be traded at the convenience of some wider bargain. The Prime Minister quite simply could and should guarantee to people who've made their lives here in good faith that, of course, they can stay here in the future. The idea that it is appropriate to do otherwise, I think, is quite honestly completely out of order.
Will the lady give way on that point? Is she aware, as I am, of EU nationals in very senior positions in the UK, in UK institutions, who are already leaving the country, and people who are EU nationals who are being interviewed for senior positions, who are now asking very searching questions about what does Brexit mean for them and their families in the future?
Well, I thank him for his intervention and completely agree. I was talking to the Vice-Chancellor of one of the universities in my constituency, hearing about how already some of the staff in that university are wondering about their future, wondering whether it's worth staying, leaving, feeling actually as well unwanted, and this is after massive contributions made to our societies and communities. And that is why, again, I think that the attitude of this government is incredibly irresponsible. I want to make some progress, and I want to talk in particular about my Amendment 38, which is to do with the environment. And I am so pleased that we have a few moments at least to talk about the impact of Brexit on our wider environment and on sustainability, because so many of us have been trying to raise this for a huge amount of time. It is massively significant. I know that the chair of the Environmental Audit Committee was waiting yesterday, very hopefully of making some interventions based, I think, on some of the evidence that we heard in the Environmental Audit Committee about the environmental impacts of Brexit. They are deeply worrying. And one area that I would particularly like to focus on is around the issues of monitoring and enforcement of environmental legislation once we leave the EU. And I'd be very happy to give way to the chair of said committee.
Does she share my disappointment that the work done by the Environmental Audit Committee, both on the benefits and the potential risks of leaving the EU to the natural environment, and our new inquiry on chemicals regulation, which affects every single aspect of our manufactured and exported goods, has not been able to be shared with this committee stage due last night's filibuster by the SNP?
Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to pick out any one particular party for filibustering, because I'm afraid it is an epidemic that affects this whole place, and I should love to see that end. But what I do want to talk about is precisely the kind of evidence we heard in that Environmental Audit Committee, because one almost believes that perhaps it's precisely because of the complexity, I will in a moment, it's precisely because of the complexity that is demonstrated by having evidence given to us about the environmental impacts of Brexit. That is precisely what the other side don't want to hear, because it underlines to them that this Brexit process is not going to be done and dusted in 2 years. The idea that we're going to have a whole new trade agreement in 2 years is cloud cuckoo land, and anybody with any knowledge of this issue would certainly be saying that, no, I'm not going to at the moment, I'm going to make a little bit more progress. Because what I want to talk about in particular is the fact that, as many members of this House have noted over the last few days, the protections currently guaranteed by our membership of the EU, whether on environment or workers' rights or food safety, rely on an established and robust system of monitoring and enforcement provided by EU institutions and agencies. And perhaps the most important part of that system has been precisely the strong pressure to actually implement the law, and to do so within a specified timescale. And the incentive to adhere to the law arises from precisely the monitoring and enforcement role of the EU agencies, the Commission acting as the guardian of the law and responding to legitimate complaints, the referral of serious breaches to the European Court of Justice, and the sanctions that can follow, including fines of many hundreds of millions of pounds. And it's precisely that enforcement mechanism that we are going to lose as a result of Brexit, because although the government talks about moving across lots of this legislation in the Great Repeal Bill, what doesn't get automatically transferred across are the enforcement processes and the agencies to actually make sure that this stuff gets done. I give way.
I'm grateful to Honourable for giving way. She and I share an enthusiasm for the greater deployment of renewables within our energy mix. So does she agree with me that one of the protections that the EU also affords is the protection of the German solar PV manufacturing sector, which is inflating prices for PV cells in the UK because the EU has put in place the minimum import price on those cells from China?
It is a particular decision that I don't support, but the idea that we would go down the road of leaving the EU with all of the problems that that's going to rise, the far greater damage done to the environment of leaving the EU because we don't agree with one or two key decisions, that really is the definition of someone throwing their toys out of the pram. It is not a sensible way forward. I give way.
Is she as concerned as I am that when we leave the single market and the customs union, the Birds and Habitats Directive, which protects migratory species, Britain's special places, Britain's special wildlife, will cease to apply in this country, affecting all environmental impact assessments, and the air pollution standards, which are currently set and enforced by the European Union, could be downgraded?
I absolutely share her concerns, and I think on the air pollution issue in particular, we've seen very recently that it was precisely the threat of EU sanctions that eventually got this government moving when it came to dealing with air pollution. Without the extra sanction of the EU level, they simply would not have taken the action that was necessary. And so I think that absolutely makes my point.
Thank you for giving way. Since its establishment, the European Chemicals Agency has built up a staff of over 600 and, together with the EU Directorate General for the Environment in the UK, has become the natural home of the chemical risk assessment in Europe. Does the lady agree with me and share my concerns that the UK does not have the resources, financial or human, to create its own regulatory agency in chemicals?
Hear, hear. Well, I thank the honourable member for his contribution, the fellow member of the Environmental Audit Committee, and he, as I, heard the evidence from experts just this week about precisely the impact on our chemicals industry of leaving the EU, of losing membership of the REACH directive in particular, and all of the concerns that raises in terms of there simply not being the capacity, the resource here in this country to simply step in and take that over. Yeah. I'll come to you now.
Giving way, does she share the concerns that our committee heard yesterday from the chemicals industry that British manufacturers of chemicals could pay up to €300 million and have already paid about €130 million to register chemicals with the REACH database, with the Chemicals Agency, and that those sunk costs, which have to be incurred by 2018, could be lost to UK industry with a duplication of setting up a UK-based chemicals agency?
Well, I thank her for her intervention. And
I don't know what I have to say. I gave an indication that I wanted to try and get as many members in as possible. There are a significant number of members who have not spoken at all in 3 days of this debate. That is hard on some people who still wish to speak, who have amendments tabled and want to speak. But I really do want to try and give a fair crack of the whip to those who have not spoken at all. Now, long interventions and long speeches do not help that process. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Sir Roger, and I apologise. I just know that the Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee was trying for hours yesterday to make some of these very points, but I will move on and agree with the points that she made, and say in particular that I think that the impact on our chemicals industry has been massively underestimated in terms of it being, I think, the second manufacturing export that we have, second largest when it comes to manufacturing exports. 50% of it at least goes to the EU, and the impact on that particular sector is going to be massive. But, Sir Roger, if the government is serious in its ambition to be the first government to leave the environment in a better condition than it found it, then ministers must give detail now on how that legislative system, this monitoring and enforcement system, is going to be replaced. I think it is quite astonishing that the government wants us to vote for this bill without presenting any idea of what this complex, robust and unique system of legal enforcement might look like when we leave. And in the evidence given by the RSPB to our Environmental Audit Committee on this issue, They made the important point that the European Court of Justice operates on a slightly broader basis than the Supreme Court in the UK, which must follow more narrow due process. And it's therefore possible that great swathes of environmental protections, once transferred over to UK statute, will in effect become redundant due to the absence of those monitoring and enforcement processes via the European Commission and the ECJ. And importantly, this loss of an effective judicial system would come at a time when UK regulators, tasked with monitoring compliance and environmental legislation, have had their own budget slashed. DEFRA has had a third of it, it just has a third now of the staff it had 10 years ago. It's lost 2/3 of its staff. And another impact will be that the Great Repeal Bill will not carry over the jurisprudence from the European Court of Justice. So again, that means that we look set to lose important case law, which for the past 40 years has proven so effective in protecting the UK environment. At risk.
I'm grateful for you giving way, but also another risk that's been put before us is obviously the loss of access to the European Environment Agency as well, which brings such expertise to advancing environmental legislation.
I thank her for her intervention, and she's right, the European Environment Agency, EFSA as well. There were some amendments on the fact that we still need to have access to those, and the idea that the Honourable Member for Fareham can somehow think it's insulting to her constituents to be talking about these vitally important amendments really just strikes me as completely baffling. But this is not only an issue on law relating directly to wildlife and nature. As it stands, the government's push for an extreme Brexit opens the way for changes to key environmental policies related to air, water, waste, food and much, much more, all of which indirectly or directly impact UK biodiversity and our natural environment. And so for all of those reasons, I think the amendments there on trying to protect our environment and seeking the guarantee of that protection before Article 50 is triggered make good sense. So, Roger, I will close in just 30 seconds, but I simply do want to say that I very much support, in particular, new clause 100, which the Honourable Lady from Birmingham somewhere spoke so passionately and eloquently about. In recent weeks, we've heard repeated, very welcome statements by government ministers saying that workers' rights, women's rights will be protected. Well, if that is the case, let's get it on the face of the bill. Let's get that amendment in there. Let's be sure that this will not be rolled back through secondary legislation.
I have no power whatsoever to impose a time limit, but 6 minutes per person will allow 9 more members to speak. Mr. Elphick.
Roger, it's once again a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship, and I propose to sit down at 10:02. Because I think it's important that we get as many people in as possible, and also it's important that we give an example to the Honourable Member for Glasgow North, who sadly is not in his seat today, so you can understand that courtesy to the House, and courtesy to other speakers, and courtesy to the Honourable Lady, the Member for Wakefield, who was waiting so patiently yesterday, it's actually quite important. Good manners are something that we should never forget in this place, even if the Scottish Nationalist Party are not always acquainted with those manners. And let me just talk about, let me just speak to New Clause 2. And my concern was, it does not include there as a priority, and I don't agree with New Clause 2, it does not include there as a priority that we should leave the internal market. And we should leave the internal market for 2 very, very key reasons. First of all, we cannot carry on writing out cheques of billions of pounds to Brussels. And that was a very clear instruction from the referendum, and it should be honoured. And secondly, as my right honourable friend, the member for Don Valley, alluded to in her speech earlier, a very principled, considered speech, we have not done, there has not been enough done on the matter of immigration, an unchecked migration from Europe, freedom of movement, as it's called. It's a great concern to our constituents, and it must end. And it cannot end unless we leave the internal market, so that must be our priority, is to leave the internal market so we can save our money and also control our borders. Now, that is a difficult thing for the metropolitan elite of the SNP and the metropolitan elites who run the Labour Party these days, who are completely divorced from the regions of England and Wales and elsewhere, how people feel, but they feel very deeply, very, very deeply about controlling our borders and controlling migration. They feel very deeply in my own constituency of Dover. And the second The second issue, and I'm being challenged by saying I was not a leaver, and it's true. I made the case to remain because I was concerned about our border at Dover. The decision is made. We need to honour it. We need to understand why it happened, and we need to implement it as quickly as possible with a clean Brexit and a clean bill to do so. I give way to the honourable lady.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much indeed, Sir Roger, and thank you too to the very, very gracious manner in which the honourable gentleman has allowed me to intervene him. The honourable gentleman and many of his colleagues have claimed that the decision to leave the EU will take back control of our borders. With the greatest respect to the honourable gentleman, could he just gently and slowly explain to those of us in Northern Ireland how you're going to take back control of the border, which stretches for about 300 miles between the Republic of Ireland, which remains within the EU, and Northern Ireland, part of the UK, which will be coming out of the EU. How do you retain control of that?
Well said. Thank the honourable lady for a very important point. The common travel area must be maintained. We have a strong history with the north of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and the Prime Minister set that out as a very key priority for her. But she brings me neatly to the next question, which is the issue of the customs union. Let me answer her question. I'll give way.
He's having sedentary interventions asking how we might do that. Let me give him a constructive suggestion. Because of the common travel area and the rights of Irish citizens in the United Kingdom, which is also reciprocal, it seems to me there's no need to have checks on people movements across the border, and the conversations we've had earlier about the fact that most customs checks can be done electronically seems to me we can be perfectly well maintain a soft border and the prosperity of both parts of the island of Ireland perfectly properly when we leave the European Union.
My friend, for that intervention. I just want to briefly, in the last minute which is available to me, which is I can't take an intervention because I need to let others get in. In the last minute, I just want to touch on the issue of the customs union. It is clear in the decision that we want to enter trade agreements elsewhere in the world that we must leave the customs union. Now, parties opposite say that that will all be a terrible disaster. In fact, as always, they hope it will be a complete disaster. But on this side of the House, people like me have been putting together industry groups to look at how it can be done, listening to what HMRC say, listening to how checks can be conducted, listening to how we can construct a frictionless border that will work for Britain and work for Europe. It's in both the interests of Britain, no, not a moment, in the interests of Britain and the European Union that we construct a frictionless border, and that's why I'm also in discussions with the authorities in Calais, because it is really important in both the interests of Britain and France, Dover and Calais, and the United Kingdom and the European Union that we make sure it works. And that's why we need to embrace things like electronic bills of lading. We need to embrace risk-based checking. We need to embrace audits in workplaces and seeing the border as a tax point rather than a hard place with border posts. And that is the second answer to the honourable lady and her question, that is how you make sure that we can manage to continue to have frictionless trade as we have done, even if we have to leave the customs union. And on that note, Sir Roger, with your injunction, I will conclude my remarks that others may speak.
Sir McKenna.
Sir Roger, I rise to speak to new clause 163, which is tabled in my name, and seeks to require the government to publish a strategy for properly consulting with the English regions, including those without directly elected mayors. Because, Sir Roger, as we get ever closer to the Prime Minister's self-imposed 31st March deadline for invoking Article 50, a question I put to the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union back on the 17th of January still remains unanswered. To remind the House and the Secretary of State, who's in his place, I asked him what discussions he had held with key stakeholders in the North East about the effects of leaving the single market, given that 58% of our region's exports currently go to the EU. And I received an entirely unsatisfactory response to that question, and I do remain concerned that the government has ruled out membership of the single market before negotiations have begun and before and without properly consulting with those parts of the country likely to be most affected by this move. And even more concerning is that despite the publication of the government's white paper last week, we are still no closer to knowing what role representatives from all regions of England, including the North East, will play in informing the government's negotiation strategies and objectives. Instead, we if you give me one moment, we've been provided with an entirely meaningless statement that says, in seeking such a future, we will look to secure the specific interests of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, as well as those of all parts of England. I give way.
Would my honourable friend agree with me that comments from members such as the Honourable Lady for Fareham about the Port of Liverpool, which is in my constituency, having been in some decline, is complete nonsense? It's doing more tonnage than it ever did. It's had a £350 million investment recently, and people from the opposition, from the opposite side, don't realise the good that the regions do and its economy.
I'm pleased I took that intervention. I think the honourable gentleman makes a very strong case for why the government's we-know-best approach to these Brexit negotiations is just not going to wash with the British public. And furthermore, the word region appears in the white paper just 4 times, and 3 of those are in the footnotes. The government does claim that around 150 stakeholder engagement events have taken place to help inform the government's understanding of the key issues ahead of the negotiations, but I'd be really interested to know where, when and with whom those meetings have been held, because what we do know that in this House the Secretary of State made the very vague commitment that we will get all the mayors of the North to come and have a meeting in York. But of course, this can't happen until after the mayoral elections in May. And I would also suggest that, whilst I appreciate the sentiment, it is wholly inadequate. Because what happens to those regions, like the North East, that won't have an elected mayor after May and will therefore be excluded from this meeting? And surely, if the English regions are to have a truly meaningful input into this process, those discussions must start before May, given that the UK's negotiations with the EU will have already commenced, and given the incredibly tight 2-year timescale for achieving a deal that does not damage our jobs and our economy. We're repeatedly told that Brexit is about taking back control. We know now that that means an unelected Prime Minister who sought every means possible to avoid scrutiny of her approach, ploughing ahead with a hard Brexit regardless of the consequences for different parts of the country. I'm not convinced that's what people voted for, and I'm not convinced that this Whitehall knows best approach is going to get the best deal for everybody up and down the country. So, Sir Roger, I believe that the only way the government can secure the best possible deal for all regions, but particularly I speak for the North East, which have so much to lose from a bad deal, is by properly engaging with those on the ground about what we need. And that's why I'm supporting new clause 168, which would compel the government to make sure that this proper consultation takes place.
Flick Drummond.
Thank you, Sir Roger. You'll be pleased to know I've never spoken more than 4 minutes in this House. I've never had that opportunity, and I don't intend to start now, so that's good. Well, I agree with the intentions and the emotions of many of these amendments put forward by honourable members throughout the House, but I'm not supporting them simply because I do not want the Prime Minister's hands to be tied through their negotiations. I campaigned fiercely to stay in the EU, as I passionately believe that it's in Britain's interest to do so, and I have not changed my mind. I agreed with everything that my right honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, said last week. We will lose a tremendous amount of influence, as well as the economic implications. But there is one difference between myself and him. I did vote for the referendum, and I have to accept the result. It may have been advisory, but the public, including those in Portsmouth South, voted to come out of the EU, and I respect that. I will be monitoring the negotiations closely. I'm pleased with the reassurance yesterday that there will be a vote in good time for the final deal. It may be that we'll get a very good deal, which is why I can't support new clause 2. Because I feel it's too limiting. On new clause 100, which was very eloquently stated by my honourable friend, and I will call her my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, I understand, but I hope that those proposing will agree with me that this is already being addressed through the Women and Equalities Committee, the Modern Slavery Bill brought in by this Prime Minister, and the work that the government's done on domestic violence, and that we can be reassured that this will be included.
And I can assure the opposition that there are enough strong women on this side to make, led by a female Prime Minister, that the equality, and your side too, that equality and women's rights are well understood by this side, and I'm sure there'll be cross-party collaboration on this, as my right honourable friend said. We've also had many reassurances from the Prime Minister already about the EU and UK nationals, so I hope that we will get a firm agreement shortly. The sooner we get on with negotiations, the better for everyone. And it could be a great opportunity for this country. But I will not be supporting any deal that's not better for the UK. That would be a dereliction of duty. However, I have every confidence in the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for exiting the EU, that they will have taken into account all the views of the people, like myself, and the intentions of many of the amendments put forward today. And there will be a good deal, which will be great for us and for our European friends and neighbours.
Rosie Winterton.
Thank you, Mr Gale. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship, and I want to add my support to new clause 163 and new clause 193, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle North, and my right honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill. My honourable friend for Newcastle North made an excellent speech and put most of the put all the points forward in terms of why the government should accept these amendments. I just wanted to add that at the all-party group on Yorkshire and North Lincolnshire yesterday, we had representatives from the 4 LEPs there. We had representatives from industry, we had representatives from the creative industries and the universities, and we agreed that we would do an analysis of what Brexit meant for Yorkshire and the Humber, and that we would on a cross-party basis, put that forward to ministers so that we could analyse not only what leaving the European Union would mean, but also what we wanted to see from negotiations. And as my honourable friend said, the Secretary of State for Brexit talked about a meeting with mayors in York. This is a very vague promise, and we really need to put some meat on the bones. We heard yesterday that apparently the LEPs have a ministerial champion, which is terrific news, I'm sure. Apparently it is the Minister for Climate Change and Industry. And if I could make a suggestion to the Minister here today, I think he should ask the LEP champion, the Minister, to draw together the proposals from all the regions, and I know that there will be honourable and right honourable members who would be very happy to go back to their regions and see if a similar plan could be put forward for all of them, and then convene the members of Parliament and representatives from the regions together so that we would be on an equal footing with Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland and London, and really have an input into the process. So I would urge the Minister to look very carefully at that proposal. In terms of the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend for Birmingham Hodge Hill, new clause 193, Mr Gale, you are our leader for the UK delegation on the Council of Europe, and I'm sure that members will be very well aware that there have been different media reports about the government's view towards the European Convention on Human Rights. And that's why I hope that the Minister will accept the amendment put before us today to once and for all dispel any doubts about the government's view of the Council of Europe and the European Convention on Human Rights. The Prime Minister said we need to be a good neighbour to our other European countries. This would be a way of illustrating that. We mustn't vacate the global platforms like this, and we need to have a voice still within Europe. So I hope the Minister will accept those amendments.
James Heapy.
Thank you very much, Sir Roger, and I too will try to be brief. Like many colleagues, I voted to remain, but I was clear at the time that I'd be bound by the result, both within the constituency and the country, and the result in the Wales constituency was that we should leave, as it was in the country at large, so that is what we must do. I have to say I'm also baffled by the number of amendments that have come forward to this bill, not because those amendments lack value or they don't make good points in terms of our extraction from the EU. They very obviously do. But because, as the Shadow Secretary of State for exiting the EU so rightly said at second reading, there is primary legislation to follow the triggering of Article 50, within which both Houses of Parliament will have a very important role in scrutinising what we do in those negotiations. I certainly intend to play a full part in that scrutiny, and I know that members on other side of the House will too. Similarly, we were discussing earlier on the impact of free trade agreements, particularly on our farmers, and it just again stands to reason to me that when those free trade agreements come forward, they will again be a matter for this House to scrutinise so that the interests of the farmers and food producers in our constituencies can be brought to bear then to make sure that the deals are in their interests. However, Sir Roger, I'd also like to associate myself with the comments of so many colleagues about the rights of EU nationals to remain within the UK. In Somerset, particularly in our tourism, farming and food and drink manufacturing industries, people from elsewhere in the EU play a hugely important part in our local economy. It is inconceivable to me that they would ever have their rights to be here taken away. I'd like to make some points on the Euratom clause within the bill. My constituency neighbour is a neighbour of Hinkley Point A and B, and we will soon be the neighbour of Hinkley Point C as well. It is clear to me that the UK nuclear industry has a world-class reputation for having the very highest regulatory standards. Now, those clearly have been developed within the Euratom framework, but we should be clear that the United States, Japan and China also operates within that framework without being a member of the European Union. And I would fully expect that we will do the same when we have left Euratom by virtue of us leaving the European Union. Yeah. And I think for those who have expressed any doubt that the government will seek to continue to maintain the very highest in standards for safety within our nuclear industry are perhaps not giving the government the credit that they deserve, because we have always set those standards. We always will, whether we are within the EU and Euratom or not. And as for the willingness of other members of Euratom, other nations within Euratom to want to continue to cooperate with us, I am certain that they will. The French government is very heavily invested in EDF, and it is inconceivable to me that they will not want their operations here in the UK to remain a part of a common regulatory framework across the European continent. And besides, the government has rightly committed to working with the industry and all of the nuclear research bodies within the country to make sure that they fully understand what the priorities of that sector is within the UK, so that those needs can be met with whatever it is that we put in place instead of Euratom once we have left. The UK's nuclear industry is the gold standard globally. Many technologies being developed in other countries want those technologies to be employed here so that they can have the tick to say that they have been approved for operation within the UK. It is apparent to me, therefore, that as we put in place regulatory standards in the future, we will want to maintain that high standard with that great reputation around the world, and that, crucially, this House of Commons will have an important role in that. The final point I'd like to make, Sir Roger, on energy policy generally, is to encourage the government to clarify that they see a clear distinction between the EU single market and the EU single internal energy market. It is very much my view that from a security of supply perspective, on cost and indeed on decarbonisation, it is in our interests, of course.
Gentleman is making a very good point now, and he's making exactly the point that I would have liked to have made had I been called. He's absolutely right. If we leave the single energy market and we lose the interconnectors, we will need higher baseload capacity that will cost more and electricity prices will shoot up. Does he agree with me on that point?
I absolutely agree that the interconnection of the UK and the European mainland from an energy perspective is hugely important, but the point I make is that that is not a part of the EU single market. The EU's internal energy market is a separate entity, and what I'm inviting the government to do is to clarify that they recognise that, and that their commitment to leaving the European single market, which I fully understand, is distinct from a continued enthusiasm for the internal energy market, which is an entirely separate thing and hugely to our benefit. Sir Roger, the will of my constituents and our country is clear. We've been instructed to leave. It's not what I voted for, but it is what we will do now. And it starts with this binary decision whether or not to trigger Article 50. This bill, without amendment, does exactly that. As we go forward, the role of this House and our responsibility to our constituents is clear, that we must engage fully in scrutinising all of the legislation that comes forward as a result of those negotiations. And so those that have suggested that to not amend the bill right now is somehow an abdication of our responsibility to our constituents, I think are just wrong. Our responsibility as a House is to be bound by the results of the referendum, to trigger Article 50, and then to bring all of our expertise together in scrutinising the legislation that follows, as we do on all other legislation going forwards.
Liam Byrne. Thank you very much, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I want to speak to new clause 193, which is down in my name and the names of my honourable and right honourable friends. And I've tabled this amendment, and I hope that the Minister will be able to take it on board, because I want to give the government a chance to set out this afternoon its pro-European credentials. We have heard very eloquently, as my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster Central, said, the Prime Minister has said that, yes, we may be leaving the European Union, but we intend to be good European neighbours. Well, new clause 193 is an opportunity for the government to set out how we in this country are going to remain determined to stay as a member of one of the most important European clubs, the European club which we helped found. It's the Council of Europe, the European Convention on Human Rights and the European Court of Human Rights. Now, we have moved this because one of the most significant consequences of this divorce from Europe is that we are going to leave the European Court of Justice. And indeed, it was an important part of the Leave campaign's argument that we must escape from the tutelage of these terrible European judges. Only British judges are good enough for us. That is, unless, of course, they happen to want to give this Parliament a chance to debate this very bill. In that case, they instantly become enemies of the people. Now, this idea, in a moment, this idea that foreign judges are anathema from this place is, of course, a complete fiction. Indeed, this very afternoon, Sir Roger, the government has solicited our support for the CETA agreement, replete with the new investor-state dispute mechanism, a new court populated, I would argue, not with British judges, but with foreign judges. So, in fact, this idea that foreign judges are about to be removed and extracted from the body politic in this country is, of course, a nonsense. And that is why I think we must argue that one of the most important tribunals which oversees the law in this country should remain in place, because that law is that court is the European Court of Human Rights. I give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member of Birmingham Hodge Hill for giving way on this very point, because he's going to a very fundamental point of our sympathy, not only with our European partners, but actually with our common European heritage, stemming straight out of Judeo-Christian theology, through the Enlightenment, through the various schools of Paris and the Sorbonne, into the concept of rights that have emerged. But we're actually not simply created by the European Council, as he seems to claim, but actually we're rather more created by British judges over several hundred years, admittedly taking from French and other traditions, and then reimposed into Europe in the aftermath of the Second World War. However, although he claims rightly that that heritage is important, wouldn't it be also appropriate to recognise that some of those judges today are Moldovan and Russian, and have been rather more prone to looking for dictatorial abuse than they have been to guaranteeing rights?
There is a reason that Russia has had its credentials suspended from the Council of Europe, and that is because they're not prepared to honour that great European Magna Carta that British civil servants helped draw up under Churchill's inspiration in the years after the Second World War. Now, I will in a moment, the Conservative manifesto, well, because I want to put this question in specifically to the Minister. The Conservative manifesto is not very well read on that side of the House. We study it forensically and in detail. And, of course, in 2010, Sir Roger, in 2010, the Conservative, well, members will be interested, in 2010, the Conservative manifesto said we're going to introduce a British Bill of Rights and we're going to replace the Human Rights Act, and we are going to make sure that the European Court of Human Rights is no longer binding over the UK Supreme Court. We're going to make sure that the European Court of Human Rights is no longer able to change British laws. That position was repeated in the 2015 manifesto, and so I hope the Minister can say that that plan is now in the bin.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I've resisted intervening throughout the course of this debate, but I think that I can help him to this extent. I don't know whether he was present at the wind-up of the second reading of this bill, but I actually informed the House that the government has no plans to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights.
The Minister is good to put that on the record, but the fact is that there are plans. There were plans set out in the 2010 Conservative manifesto. There were plans set out in the 2015 manifesto. In the draft of the British Bill of Rights that is circulating in the Department for Justice, there are similar plans, which is why in August 2016, in August 2016, the Justice Secretary said to the House that there would indeed be a British Bill of Rights that is brought forward. And I think what the House wants to know categorically is whether that British Bill of Rights will have the implication and the result of taking us out of the European Court of Human Rights. That is the point that I want the Minister to put beyond doubt by accepting into the bill new clause 193 this afternoon, because, of course.
Anyway, can I give him some reassurance on 2 points? First of all, having served as Minister for Human Rights, it was never in the Conservative plans on the Bill of Rights to pull out of the European Convention. I made that clear on a monthly basis at Justice Questions. And secondly, precisely because the Council of Europe is entirely independent from the EU, this is an entirely meaningless amendment.
It is absolutely not. It is essential, if the Prime Minister is to be good to her word, that we are going to remain committed to the Club of Europe, which we helped create. But my point, I suppose, Sir Roger, for the House this afternoon, of course I'll give way.
The gentleman set his mind at rest. I'm sure I've heard the Prime Minister say publicly, I think during her leadership campaign, that she was abandoning plans to leave the European Convention on Human Rights because she accepted she couldn't win a parliamentary majority for such a proposal.
Grateful to the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for that point, but I would like this question put beyond doubt by asking the Minister to take into the bill new clause 193, which would give us a degree of assurance. He is perfectly prepared to vote against his own whip in order to seek reassurances which are cast iron, and I seek the same level of reassurance this afternoon. So, Roger, let me wind up by just saying that it was back in September 1946 that Winston Churchill went to Zurich and first proposed the Council of Europe as a first step to recreating the European family, whose breakdown led to the tragedy of the Second World War. In the face of rising risks and rising threats, I think those old words are still wise words to guide us.
Members Davis.
Sir Roger, it's a great pleasure to speak in this Committee of the Whole House regarding the European Union Notification Withdrawal Bill. And indeed, I fully support the government as it enacts the will of the people shown in the European Union referendum and welcome the White Paper. On the face of it, some of the clauses before us I agree with, and they look benign and fairly honourable. In fact, the problem for me about this being the withdrawal bill is it is illogical in the middle of the withdrawal bill to start to try and muddle the negotiations into the middle of it. Therefore, a particular Christmas tree bill. I want to speak briefly about some of my concerns that the constituents have brought to me and about my own view on new clause 2. I will not be supporting the proposed new clause, as it does, as I say, seem agreeable and benign, but it doesn't mention the particular area of migration. Now, today the PM spoke about the need for highly skilled workers to come to the UK still from the EU, and about the priority that this will have as we go through our negotiations, and this clause fails to deal with this. Now, any person who's been part of any negotiation, particularly affecting perhaps the private sector as well, will only be too aware about being tied with our hands behind our backs as we go into this process. And revealing your complete negotiation strategy at the start seems somewhat absurd. So this clause, I think, is simply just to fudge the issues, and by suggesting that we care more about the negotiating principles or those putting them forward than the government. However, it's quite clear that the Prime Minister has laid out guiding principles in the Lancaster House speech, and the feedback from constituents on both sides of the referendum in Eastleigh to me have been appreciated the Lancaster House speech and also welcome these principles, and many people just asking us politicians to simply get on with it. So I welcome all the contributions from speakers across the chamber over the last few days. I've found it fascinating and important to be part of it. And inevitably, the fine details of the will of the people will be part of the key negotiations that happen in the coming months and years. And local businesses have made points to speak to me about the need to move forward, that they're having to make key decisions about their staffing, their arrangements, and wish politicians to do exactly the same. Now, one of the issues I've found most surprising in this committee stage is the attempt by some to suggest that various Leave campaigns' proposals were some kind of direct manifesto to which the government ought to be following to the letter. This government is seeking, in my belief, to enact the will of the people, and in doing so to negotiate a strong and appropriate deal. We are in a post-referendum phase, but being in this committee stage of the last few weeks, it feels like, even though it's been a matter of days, is something that it seems that the Liberal Democrats appear to be gleefully unaware of. It is likely to be the most complex negotiations this country ever enters into, and the effects will be far-ranging. We've heard about the free trade matters, about the free trade treaties, and they've been referred to greatly, with separate sectors needing separate discussions and separate focus points. And I think it's absolutely right that that should be separated from the bill in front of us. Anything but the smartest approach to this would be letting down our constituents, so I will not be supporting these weak attempts to dilute this. Instead, I will be putting my trust into the Prime Minister and the work that she will do in the national interest. And as I said earlier in the debate, I found it objectionable in terms of new clause 100 that the Prime Minister and this side would somehow put women's rights to the back through this bill, that our Prime Minister, who has done so much in her role as the Home Secretary, committed to working on issues in terms of FGM, treatment of coercive control, and fighting perhaps the gender pay gap. So it's absolutely right where areas such as women trafficking, that the government and the Prime Minister is somehow going to just roll over and somehow these issues will not be a highlight of what we seek to achieve in leaving the EU. Now, many of my constituents have rightly asked me about the rights of EU citizens who are working in this country, and I totally agree with the Right Honourable Member from Don Valley about the tone of this debate. It's very frightening and nerve-wracking for constituents, and we are keen to protect all our constituents. Now, no one in this chamber is in any doubt of the huge contribution to our economy, to our society, our culture, our tourism industry, our national life that EU citizens make. But in planning for
free movement, homes, doctors, NHS, pressures on services have been very difficult to manage. But it's been reminded to me at the recent LEP conference that the EU students also make a positive contribution to our area, particularly in Eastleigh, coming and going through Southampton Airport. But I would expect this House to also have the same view of the contribution that our own citizens make in the other EU countries. So indeed, we need to make sure this is a balanced approach. Now, in my constituency, we all members of this House do great work in our surgeries, in casework, and very often these are international or EU or indeed immigration or homeless issues, complicated and difficult. So I don't understand why there is a feeling that we on this side of the House are somehow going to forget the work that we do for people who have maybe married intercontinentally, perhaps have home issues that we need to resolve, where I've helped just to get passports for members of families to go to particularly funerals or issues that they've needed to have help with, because ultimately they have complicated and difficult lives too. And so I do believe in this bill we all understand that we need to have a mutual recognition of the work that EU citizens do both abroad and here, and that all members of Parliament do to help resolve the issues which affect all our communities. And I don't believe that through this bill somehow that is going to change and we're going to forget what we have to do for our constituents. Now, the Prime Minister today has been very clear at PMQs about her intention at a priority first stage to look after all our citizens, both at home and abroad. Now, I fully support her in the work that she does, and indeed believe that we eventually will get a deal which is right for the UK, which is open and strong and looks to the future. And I will support this bill, and I go back to my previous point. It's a notification of bill of withdrawing. It is not about negotiations.
Sue Hayman. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to speak to new clause 192, to which I've added my name, about Euratom. And a number of honourable members on the other side of the House have spoken with great knowledge about the nuclear industry today. And as chair of the APPG on nuclear energy, I would like to invite them all to come and join us and come to our meetings and share their knowledge. The nuclear industry is absolutely critical to my constituency in West Cumbria. And because of that, I have probably had an unusual inbox compared to most honourable members, in that I've had a large number of direct emails from concerned constituents about the proposed withdrawal from the Euratom Treaty. And they are particularly concerned because of the significant negative impact that this can have on the nuclear industry in the UK. They believe it unnecessary, ill-considered, and are concerned it will create great disruption in the nuclear industry at a time when we really need to be pressing forward with our nuclear new build programme. Euratom has had a significant role in establishing its members' credibility and acceptability in the wider global nuclear community. And a constituent has contacted me to say that he believes that exit will have a significant impact on the cost and the duration of decommissioning, which clearly is very important in West Cumbria because of Sellafield. They also believe that the nuclear new build programme at Moorside will be impacted. We know that EDF Energy, who's building the Hinkley Point C project, has said that ideally they believe that the UK should stay in the treaty, as it provides a framework for complying with international standards for handling nuclear materials. And on this issue of safety and materials, another constituent who works for many, many years as a radiation protection advisor has been in touch to share his concerns. He has wide experience of applying regulatory controls in workplaces. This has included hospitals, the oil and gas industry, paper and plastics manufacturing, radiography and the nuclear industry as well. And he says every one of these is considerably safer today as a result of Euratom. So this is not just about the direct nuclear industry. He goes on to say that he believes it is extremely short-sighted to remove the wealth of information and expertise that has resulted from our membership of Euratom.
I'm grateful to Honourable Lady Figure-Way. She and I share a real enthusiasm for the nuclear industry and host it in or near our constituencies. But specifically, how will our withdrawal from Euratom lead to a diminishment of our expertise in how to regulate the nuclear industry?
Well, as I say, I'm talking about what constituents who actually work in the industry are telling me. And to be honest, I would trust the judgment of my own constituents. I mentioned earlier a constituent who worked at the National Nuclear Laboratory when I made a brief intervention. He says that leaving will impair his ability to collaborate with leading scientists and engineers across Europe to the detriment of science and technology in this country. And this is what my constituents are telling me. You can choose to disbelieve them. I do not. I trust my constituents. I promised, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would be brief. So I will wind up and say I do not understand when we have conflicting legal opinion on why we have to leave, why the government is insisting so much that we have to. There are, as I say, we need to make sure that a rapid exit does not do serious harm to our nuclear industry. We have so much to lose, I believe, with so little to gain. So I would ask members to support new clause 192.
If I may, on new clause 11, for the sake of brevity, which is entitled Tariff-Free Trade in Goods and Services. Of course, there are no tariffs on services worldwide, so that should be fairly easy to achieve. But I take it that it means tariff-free trade in goods and the minimum of barriers to services. There are only two realistic outcomes to the negotiations we will have as far as trade is concerned. The first is that we negotiate a free trade agreement continuing tariff-free trade, more or less what we've got at present. And the second is that we move to trading on the basis of most favoured nation tariffs under what WTO rules, which is basically what America, China, Japan and Russia, the four most successful countries exporting to the EU, do at present. Now, from what I've heard in this House and what I know of the government's position, everybody would like us to negotiate continuing tariff-free trade with our European partners. That's what everybody wants. We don't particularly need any clause in this bill to urge us to try and achieve that. Moreover, it's very simple to negotiate. To go from zero tariffs to zero tariffs is very easy. It can be done in an afternoon. It's not like negotiating the removal of tariffs, as the EU has had to do with Canada, where Canada had 5,000 different tariffs, EU had 12,500 different tariffs, and they have to trade off one against the other. So tariff-free trade is very simple to negotiate. As far as barriers and services are concerned, all we'd have to negotiate is the normal dispute resolution procedure if our regulatory systems began to diverge on assessing whether that was a matter that was serious or not, because we start with identical regulatory arrangements, or will do after the Great Repeal Bill. Now, tariff-free trade is also in the interests of the European Union. We are the biggest single market for the rest of the European Union, bigger than the United States, with whom they've laboriously been trying to negotiate the removal of tariffs over some years. They also have a big surplus in trade with us. And it should not, therefore, be difficult for them. I mean, it's very much in their interests, and they already have free trade agreements with some 50 other countries which don't involve free movement of labour or paying a contribution or accessing continuing to accept a European legislation. So it's in their interests,
and they've demonstrated it's the sort of thing they can do with countries where they want free trade. But it may be that within the EU, politics will trump economics. That though it's in their economic interest to continue with tariff-free trade with us, they may feel it necessary to punish us, to deter other countries from following our example, and to deter their voters from voting for Eurosceptic parties. That we have to recognise in this House, and too few people seem willing to recognise, will be their choice. They will either decide to go along with continuing free trade, or they will say, no, for political reasons, we can't accept that. We must trade on most favoured nation terms in future. We can't negotiate, go back to them and say, oh, sorry, you didn't give it to us first time. The House will vote against it, give it to us the second time. If they didn't give it to the first time, they won't. But what we need to recognise is that although trading on most favoured nation terms is not as good as continuing free trade, it's a second best. It's second best, and it's better than continuing on the arrangement we had in the past. First of all, most favoured nation tariffs, as they will apply to us, if we are subject to the common external tariff that Europe applies, if they apply it to us, would average 4%. The net contribution we make to the European Union annually is equivalent to 7% of the value of our exports. So we're currently paying 7% to avoid a charge of 4%. The 7% is after taking account of everything we get back. If the honourable gentleman wants to know, look up page 159, chart 4.27 of the Office of Budget Responsibility, which spelt out how much we will get back net when we leave, and it's £13 billion, £250 million a week. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable for giving way. One possibility, is it not, if there was a 4% tariff imposed, that the pound might just depreciate by the same amount because we have our own currency?
Well, but it's already 15% more competitive than it was a year ago, which rather dwarfs an average 4% thing. We can, of course, give processing relief. I omit all tariffs on components coming as part of processing chains and manufacturing chains, which are going to be re-exported. We will get £12.3 billion of revenues if we apply the common external tariff to imports from the EU. Our exporters will pay some £6.5 billion of tariffs on their exports to the EU. So we would have ample money to compensate any exporters who were not sufficiently benefited by a 15% devaluation and still have billions of pounds to reduce general taxation. And of course we can negotiate free trade agreements with the rest of the world, and we can slash unilaterally the tariffs that we currently charge on products, food and clothing and other things which we do not produce, but which mean that our consumers have to pay higher prices to subsidise inefficient producers elsewhere in the EU instead of importing, say, from less developed countries who we should naturally be importing for. There are many other advantages, Madam Chairman, but as you've urged brevity, I will not tell the House what they are and hold them up for a future occasion.
Albert Owen.
Always interesting to follow the right honourable gentleman. I wanted to briefly concentrate my remarks on Euratom as well. Its principal goals, as the Minister and the House will know, is promotion of research and dissemination of information, the establishment of safety standards, facilitating investment, and also the agency governs the supply of ore and nuclear fuels. It also establishes a nuclear common market, and the Eurosceptics always used to say we want to be in the common market, and yet their decision will be to pull out of the nuclear common market. The government, I do believe, wants to retain the principles, goals that are stated in the publication of the bill, that leaving Euratom is because of legal binding arrangements. Well, this is debatable, because I've seen a number of conflicting legal advice on this. And I think, and cynics certainly suggest, this is more to do with the European Court of Justice and issues surrounding that. The government says it supports Euratom and wants to see us continue to both cooperate and to have the highest standards. The member for Wells is absolutely right. We are world leaders when it comes to nuclear standards, but we do it in cooperation with other countries, and that's what the umbrella body Euratom is so important that we keep it. The purpose of the amendments, and I'm speaking to amendment and new clause 192, is that, which is supported by the industry and by the industry bodies, these amendments, is that we do continue the cooperation and that we do have greater certainty going forward. I have raised this matter with the Secretary of State for BEIS, and he was very courteous with me and said he'd met with the industry and that he was sure that we'd be able to continue outside Euratom. But that, I'm afraid, is not what the industry feel in general. The honourable gentleman mentioned the JET energy research programme in Oxfordshire and said the management didn't want these amendments, but the workforce have lobbied me in great numbers through the union and said that there was risks if we were to pull out. The access of information and data sharing again is important and puts us way behind if we pull out. Companies need to plan in advance in this industry and they need to have that certainty. And again, there's an area under Euratom about nuclear cooperation with the United States, and it's ironic that we talk about coming out of Europe and trading with the United States, yet we need to be part of Euratom to get those agreements to move fuels to the United States, to Japan, Canada and other countries, and to renegotiate will take an awful long time. So I would like to see the Minister, ideally, that the UK should maintain its membership of Euratom, even if we leave the European Union. If the government proceeds to give notice to withdraw, then we must have an agreement on transitional arrangements with sufficient time to negotiate and complete new arrangements with EU states and with third countries such as the United States, Japan, Canada and others. If in 2 years an agreement cannot be reached, then the UK should remain a member. Our standing in the nuclear industry is at stake, jobs are at stake, and the reputation as a major country in nuclear research is at stake. I hope the Minister takes that on board.
Minister David Jones.
Thank you, Ms Engels. I've listened to a large number of very important contributions this afternoon from honourable and right honourable members. There are a large number of amendments that have been considered this afternoon. I would hope that the House would therefore forgive me if I say now that I would prefer... And then I'll give way no further.
To say he's not going to give way to anybody. Doesn't he think it's totally farcical that with a number of amendments, 35 amendments that I've tabled today, I've not been able to even move or speak to any of those amendments? Doesn't it prove that the whole of the curtailing of this debate leaves Parliament unable to scrutinise the EU withdrawal?
If I can commend the honourable gentleman on his enthusiasm and at the same time say that the House has voted for a programme motion and we have adopted the programme motion. Very last time.
I thank the Minister. I think the public watching need to know that there are many amendments and clauses tonight that people support, but this is not the right place for those amendments and clauses to be debated. As the Right Honourable Member for Edgbaston said, this is not the right bill.
That is what I'm about to say, Ms Engels, and I would like to address all the amendments if I possibly can, so I hope the House will forgive me if I do not take interventions, because the amendments debated by today serve as a valuable reminder of the numerous important matters which will need to be considered and discussed throughout the process of negotiation. They seek to ensure that specific aspects of our future relationship with the European Union are prioritised by the government. And let me take this opportunity once again to tell the House that we are committed to delivering the best possible deal for the whole of the United Kingdom. However, we can only set about the process of delivering that deal after we have triggered Article 50. It is therefore not appropriate to seek to tie the hands of the government in individual policy areas at this stage. Doing so can only serve to jeopardise our negotiating position. Given the very broad scope of the very many amendments debated today, I will do my best to respond to each of them. However, for the avoidance of doubt, there is a common response to all of them. This elementally is a straightforward procedural bill which serves only to give the Prime Minister the power to trigger Article 50 and thereby respect the result of the referendum. As a consequence, these amendments are not for this bill. Instead, they are for the many future debates that will take place in this House and the other place.
Point of order, Chris Leslie, but it had better be
It's
not an intervention.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister said that these amendments were not for this bill. Could you just remind the House that the Chair ruled that all of these amendments are within the scope of this bill?
Order. This has been mentioned again and again and again. It's a matter for debate. David Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Engels. These will fall to be debated at a later stage, and they will be debated at a later stage. New clauses 2, 7, 100, 163 and 193, as well as amendments 32, 34, 40 and 55, each require the Prime Minister either to have regard to or to set out in a report a number of matters prior to triggering Article 50. These include, but are not limited to, the common travel area with the Republic of Ireland and the preservation of peace in Northern Ireland, tariff-free trade with the European Union, workers, women's, human, civil, social and political rights, climate change and environmental standards, the British economy and economic model. The White Paper, published last week, sets out our strategic aims for the negotiations and covers many of the topics that honourable members have addressed in these and other amendments. With regard to the common travel area, for instance, we've already stressed that we are committed to working with both the Irish Government and the Northern Ireland Executive to recognise the unique economic, social and political context of the land border between the United Kingdom and Ireland. We've also made it clear that we're seeking a bold and comprehensive free trade agreement with the European Union that is as tariff-free and frictionless as possible. On new clause 7 specifically concerning the preservation of EU tax avoidance measures, the Prime Minister has made it very clear that we will convert the acquis into British law, and it will then be for the British Parliament to decide on any changes to that law with appropriate scrutiny. Similarly, Amendments 7, 9 and 38 to Clause 1 and new Clauses 16, 70 and 133 seek to require the Government to commit to a position on specific issues before triggering Article 50. Amendment 7, for example, seeks to ensure that the UK continues to participate in the EU common foreign and security policy after withdrawal from the EU. A matter such as this cannot be resolved through unilateral action and instead must clearly be addressed through discussion with the 20 other member states of the EU. We've been very clear that we want to see continued close cooperation on foreign and security policy with European partners, but these discussions can only begin after Article 50 has been triggered. New Clause 16 is designed to ensure that the employment rights of those living or working in the UK shall be unaffected by this bill. The Government has made it clear that not only will there be no change to employment protections as a result of triggering Article 50, indeed we've already said that we will protect and enhance the rights that people have at work. A further distinct set of amendments, New Clause 141 and Amendments 29, 35 and 54 to Clause 1, seek to clarify the position of Gibraltar, and this was addressed most notably by the Honourable Member for Ilford South. The Government is clear that Gibraltar, which is not a party to the EU treaties in its own right, is covered by our proposed exit negotiations, and we've committed to fully involve Gibraltar as we prepare for the process of exiting the EU. We must seek a deal that works for Britain, and that deal must work for Gibraltar too. A number of amendments tabled by honourable members raise issues relating to the negotiations themselves. New clauses 11, 12, 21, 76, 77, 104 and 181 each relate to our future trading relationship with the EU, and some seeks carve-outs for specific areas of the UK economy, such as financial services and the agricultural sector. Again, the government's position is clear. The Prime Minister has said that the UK will seek to strike a unique agreement with the European Union that gets the right deal for people at home and the best deal for Britain abroad. In response to new clause 13, the Prime Minister has said that we expect a phased process of implementation in which both the UK and the EU prepare for any new arrangements. This will not, however, be some form of unlimited transitional status. This would be unhelpful both for the UK and for the EU. New clauses 15, 166 and 183 also address the UK's negotiating objectives, but focus on the right to free movement and matters concerning immigration. The precise nature of the deal will be a matter for negotiation, but let me reassure the committee that we are seeking a deal that will work for everyone in the UK. Another set of amendments seeks to ensure that the UK retains its membership of specific EU agencies. I will first of all address the issue of Euratom, since a number of honourable members have made explicit reference to it. In new clauses 185, 186 and 192, as well as in amendments 31, 42 and 89 to clause 1. I'd like to have the opportunity of explaining why, as we trigger Article 50, we will also have to commence the process of leaving Euratom. Although Euratom is a separate treaty-based organisation, it shares a common institutional framework with the EU, making the EU and Euratom uniquely legally joined. The government's view is that it is not possible for the UK to leave the EU and continue its current membership of Euratom. When Article 50 is triggered, the UK will therefore be leaving Euratom as well as the EU. The government's aim is for this relationship is clear: to maintain the mutually successful civil nuclear cooperation with EU nations. Our exact relationship with Euratom, however, will be subject to negotiation with our EU partners. The negotiations have not yet started and cannot start until we've triggered Article 50, but we will continue to engage closely with members of Parliament, industry and stakeholders. New clauses 78 through to 97, 170, 172, 174 and 178, as well as amendments to clause 130 and 32 to 34, refer to other specific agencies, bodies and schemes. While we recognise the importance of these and stress that we do want to have close cooperation with our European partners in all these areas, this bill is not the place and is a matter for the negotiations themselves. Our intention, as set out in the White Paper, is to leave the EU. It would be wrong to start negotiating our new relationship with our membership of one or other European body already predetermined, and it would also be wrong to set out unilateral demands before negotiations have even begun. We recognise the importance of all these agencies, bodies and schemes, but the nature of our membership in them will be a matter for negotiation with the EU. Further amendments seek to specify the timing of triggering Article 50, and there are a large number of reasons why the end of March deadline is extremely important. We need to progress now. Having done a great deal of analysis and preparation, the time is right to get on and to serve the Article 50 notice. The issue of EU nationals was once again raised this afternoon. It has been debated also earlier this week. I want to once again state to the House that the government fully recognises that the issue of EU nationals resident in the United Kingdom is an extremely important one, and one which we wish to address as a matter of priority, just as we wish to address the issue of the rights of UK nationals resident in the EU. No, I won't. This, however, has got to be a matter that is addressed after the negotiations commence. Ms Engels, I'm grateful for the contributions of the members of the committee during this debate. This bill respects the judgment of the Supreme Court, and I urge honourable and right honourable members to support clauses 1 and 2 as introduced. Clause 1 provides Parliament's authority for the Prime Minister to notify the European Council of the UK's intention to withdraw from the EU. It also makes it clear that this power applies notwithstanding the European Communities Act 1972, and this is to address the Supreme Court's conclusions as to the status of the 1972 Act. I urge all honourable and right honourable members who have tabled amendments now to withdraw them so that we can progress the bill, start the process of withdrawal and work to deliver a deal that respects the vote of the British people in the referendum.
In the few seconds that are left to me, let me say that we will not be withdrawing our amendments, and we will be holding the government to account for the Secretary of State's commitment to achieve the exact same benefits in the deal that we have from our current membership of the single market. One of the issues that has caused concern on both sides of the House has been our membership of Euratom. In his closing remarks, the Minister has failed to give the assurances to satisfy those concerns. And for the sake of doubts which the Honourable Member for Wells expressed, the Nuclear Industry Association has made it clear that we should not leave Euratom. It is not in the interest of the industry and it is not in the interest of people's jobs. They will be looking at how this House votes on new clause 192 and they will judge the government accordingly. I hope members will recognise that, will vote for that new clause and for all the other helpful amendments that we have tabled.
The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Dakin and Nick Smith. Tellers for the noes, Jackie Doyle-Price and Chris Heaton-Harris. Thank you. Thank you.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 336.
The ayes to the right were 291, the noes to the left were 336. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to new clause 7. The question is that new clause... Pardon? Oh, yes, sorry. Paul Blomfield to move new clause 7. The question is that new clause 7 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Be added to the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Nick Dakin, Nick Smith. Tell us for the noes, Jackie Doyle Price and Chris Heaton Harris. Thank you.
The ayes to the right, 289. The noes to the left, 336.
The ayes to the right were 289, the noes to the left were 336. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 29. I called Mike Gates to move for.
Beg to move.
The question is that the Amendment 29 be made. As many as I have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the country, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Keir, can we do Keir? The question is that Amendment 29 be made. As many as I've that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Nick Dakin, Nick Smith. Tell us for the noes, Jackie Doyle-Price and Chris Heaton-Harris. Thank you.
288. The noes to the left, 338. Are they coming our way?
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 288, the noes to the left were 338. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We come now to Amendment 11. Chuka Abuna to move. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Sorry. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Dakin, Nick Smith. Tellers for the noes, Chris Heaton Harrison, Stephen Barclay. Thank you.
to the right, 288. The noes to the left, 337.
The ayes to the right were 288, the noes to the left were 337. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We come now to Amendment 43. Tim Farron to move formally.
Formally, Miss Angle.
The question is that Amendment 43 be added to the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 43 be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Alistair Carmichael and Tom Brake. Tell us for the noes, Jackie Doyle-Price and Stephen Barclay. Thank you.
Cheers. Are you okay? Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 33. The noes to the left, 340.
The ayes to the right, 33. The noes to the left, 340. The noes have it. The noes have it. Look. We now come to Amendment 86 to be moved formally. Margaret Ritchie to move. The question is that 86 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The measure clear the lobbies.
Having said that,
all right. Good man. Louise, can the Secretary of State sit down? Come on, keep running. Great man. Right. The question is that Amendment 86 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers to the ayes, Owen Thompson and Jonathan Edwards. For the no, Stephen Bartley and Chris Eaton Harris. Thank you, folks. Order! Will the Sergeant of Arms, the Assistant Sergeant, look into the eye lobby? There seems to be a slight blockage that she might be able to relieve. Order.
The ayes to the right, 288. The noes to the left, 327.
The ayes to the right, 288. Tellers for the noes, 327. The noes have it. The noes have it. The lock. Wrong way right. Under the terms of the programming standing orders, I must put the question on clause 1 and clause 2 stand part together. The question is that the clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Heard the ayes, can I hear the noes? No. The nays should clear the lobby. Aye, all right, see. How are you? Aye. We're all coming through. Yes. All right, all right. Order! Order. The question is that clause 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. order, order, order. The questions that stand part 1 and 2 part of the bill, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Owen Thompson. For the noes, Chris Eaton Harris and Jackie Doyle Price. The ayes are Jackie Doyle Price and Chris Eaton Harris, and the noes are Marion Fellows and Owen Thompson. Lock the doors. Will the Sergeant of Arms investigate the aye and no lobby? I think both lobbies, if you can take one each, will be helpful. Thank you. Order! Order.
The ayes to the right, 496. The noes to the left, 111.
Thank you, that's easy to read. The ayes to the right, 496. The noes to the left, 111. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to new clause 57. Or it happened to me formally. The question is, do clause 57 be added? As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the country, no. No! Division, clear the lobbies. Order! Just grab a seat. That's easier. The question is that new clause 192 be added to the bill. 57. 57, sorry, but I'm jumping ahead. Be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No! Tellers for the ayes, Nick Dakin and Nick Smith. For the noes, Mark Spencer and Steve Bryan. the doors.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 290. The noes to the left, 332.
Thank you.
The ayes to the right, 290. The noes to the left, 332. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to new clause 192 to be moved formally. Paul Blomfield, formally. The question is that new clause 192 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The country no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. The question that new clause 192 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Smith and Nick Dakin. For the noes, Mark Spencer and Jackie Doyle-Price. Order.
The ayes to the right, 287. The noes to the left, 336.
Thank you. Thanks, Lord. The ayes to the right, 287. The noes to the left, 336. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. Order. Order.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
Point of order, Alex Salmon.
Point of order, sir. The government's refusal to accept a single amendment means there will be no report stage. The programme motion means there's no debate on third reading. I'm informed by the Library that the last time that combination happened was the Defence of the Realm Act of 1914, which was about the First World War. For this to happen in any bill would be an abuse. To happen on this bill is an outrage. What is it about the procedures of this place that allow a bill of this constitutional significance to be railroaded through in this disgraceful fashion?
What I can say is that the House agreed to a programme motion, and that is what's been adhered to. What I would say is, it's on the record. You've certainly pointed out last time it was used. What I would say to you is, there are other channels where I think that conversation ought to go to and to be taken up with. But I thank you for that.
I've been getting